Okay, it is 6 o'clock. If I could have everybody quiet down. Before I read the formal remarks, I just want to welcome all of us back to reality and back in person. It is so good to be here. I'm going to ask for a little grace and patience because honestly, I have not chaired in person yet. So I anticipate I will make a few bobbles and a few mistakes, so I pre-ask for forgiveness on that count. So with that, good evening and welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the City of Independence, I welcome each of you in attendance as well as those of you who are watching the meeting on City 7. It is March 22nd, 2022, meeting of the Independence Planning Commission. For those of you who are unfamiliar with our meetings, it is the responsibility of this commission to hold public hearings and make recommendations to the Independence City Council on matters relating to zoning and land use changes in the city. We also consider and make decisions on plats, special use permits, and other issues, as well as changes in codes, policies that relate to city planning. Our procedure is as follows. Okay. Sorry, I told you I was going to bobble. You know what? You don't have that first little sheet up here for me. So, I'm going to welcome you all. We're going to start with the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to begin by having City take roll. Make sure we are all in attendance. Looks like we are, but let's do it.
Commissioner Ferguson?
Here.
Commissioner Michelle?
Here.
Commissioner Nesbitt?
Here.
Commissioner Wiley?
Here.
Commissioner Young?
Here.
Commissioner Preston?
Here.
Chairman McLean?
Yes, here. Thank you. Okay, first, when we get to the point where we are presenting our cases, the applicant will be recognized to speak on behalf of their case, followed by anyone in attendance who wishes to speak in favor of the matter. Second, those who are in opposition, who have questions regarding the case, will be recognized to speak. I might add that if you have not signed up, please see Miranda up front to make sure that that is done. Then, if there is no opposition or questions from the public, the applicant will be allowed a rebuttal period to address those concerns or questions. Once the applicant is finished, the chair will declare the public hearing portion of the case closed, and further comment from the public will not be recognized. At this point, the commissioners will have the opportunity to discuss the merits with each other. During this discussion, the commission reserves the right to ask questions of all parties involved. Finally, the commission will render a decision on the case. Because this is the only public hearing of the cases on the agenda tonight, all those who wish to speak will be heard. All comments and questions should be addressed to the chair, not directly to the applicant or the staff. The chair also recognizes the statements be kept brief and on point, and if that statement has already been made by a previous speaker, please do not repeat it. It simply indicate your agreement on the matter. In addition to that, tonight, when we get to the Northpoint cases, because there are so many voices and we do want to hear everyone, we're going to ask you to keep it to 5 minutes. And so the staff is going to help me time that so I don't get lost in what you're saying, because sometimes I get lost in hearing and forget time. So they're going to time that for me. To expedite tonight's meeting, the chair asks that everyone who wishes to testify or believes that they might testify, please stand now and be sworn in. Those standing, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear to tell the whole truth before this commission? If so, please answer, I do.
I do.
Thank you. You may be seated. Okay. First item on our agenda is the consent agenda for the minutes. Does anybody have any changes, or I would entertain a motion?
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Preston,
Madam Chair. So moved.
is there a second?
I second.
Thank you, Commissioner Wiley. The consent agenda has been moved and seconded. May we have a roll?
Commissioner Ferguson,
Yes.
Commissioner Michelle, I'm sorry. Commissioner Nesbitt,
Yes.
Commissioner Wiley,
Yes.
Commissioner Young,
Yes.
Commissioner Preston,
Yes.
and Chair McLean.
Yes. Minutes have been approved. Thank you. Our next items, we have 3 cases that have been continued. So if I would love to have a motion to put all 3 together, if possible. It is case 22-125-04, rezoning PUD of 2351 South Hayden Street, case 22-400-03, short-term rental, case 22-400-04, another short-term rental, and they have requested that these be continued until April 22nd, 2022. I would entertain a
April
motion.
12th.
I'm so sorry. April 12th, 2022.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Preston,
I move as so stated.
second.
Second.
Commissioner Michelle. And we're ready for the vote.
Commissioner Ferguson,
Yes.
Commissioner Michelle,
Yes.
Commissioner Nesbitt,
Yes.
Commissioner Wiley,
Yes.
Commissioner Young,
Yes.
Commissioner Preston,
Yes.
Chair McLean.
Yes. The cases to be continued have been approved as one. Okay. Our first case for tonight is case number 22-150-02, Comprehensive Plan Amendment, Salem Drive and US 24 Highway. Staff, will you give us a report, please?
Yes, McBee Construction, in conjunction with their rezoning, which is the next case on the agenda, seeks to amend the comprehensive plan for some property that's on the north side 24 highway, just west of Salem, in the northeast part of the city. You can see from the vicinity map its location. It's that little bump out there that was annexed into the city a number of years ago. This is the current plan. Shows that the site is owned or is designated for commercial uses because it was annexed into the city with the idea that they would have a grocery store and some other retail uses there. That never came to fruition. So it's just been sitting since then. They seek to do a residential project at this location, so the comprehensive plan will be changed from commercial to neighborhood residential. You can see that by the yellow area there versus the red area that's in this map. Just south of this site is the Quick Trip, if you're familiar with that. On the, I guess it would be sort of the east corner, is another convenience store that's in the county. Properties to the north and to the west are also in the county, which are residential uses. And this is their preliminary development plan for their upcoming action, which is the next case. And really, that's all we have at this point. There's really no history because it's only been in the city a few years. So it's only been comprehensive planned, so to speak, for just one designation in that time frame.
Would the applicant like to come forward and talk about the project?
Hi,
Hi, can you please state your name and address?
Ashley Smith, 1203 East US 24 Highway, Independence, Missouri, 64050.
Thank you.
And I would just like to state that we do agree with this comprehensive plan.
Okay. Commissioners, do you have any questions? Okay. Is there anywhere else you would, you're fine. You can sit down, please. Is there anyone who would like to speak in favor of this project? Is there anyone who would oppose this project? Seeing none, the public hearing is closed. Commissioners, do you have any questions for City?
There was a lady standing.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Are you sworn in?
Hey, ma'am, you need to come up to the podium.
I'm so sorry. I retract that. I did not see you. No. Do you need her to sign in? Good.
I'm Sandra Hall, and my address is 2022 Grove Circle, Independence, Missouri, 64058.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I live in the housing development right adjoining this. And, they're wanting to put in, they call them townhomes, but they're basically duplexes.
Madam Chairman, this is about a comp plan change.
Oh, I'm sorry.
She's not here about that. She's here about
Oh.
the next case, which is the actual
sorry.
development project.
I'll be
Okay,
back.
thank you. Thank you. Almost there, not quite. Okay, so I'm going to ask again just to make sure. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to speak for this project? Is there anyone in the audience who would like to speak against this project? Okay, the public hearing portion of this is really closed. Is there any questions, or I would entertain a motion?
Madam Chair,
Yes, Commissioner Preston.
it appears this matter is rather straightforward. Therefore, I'll move that in the matter of case number 22-150-02, comprehensive plan amendment be approved as presented.
Is there a second?
I second.
Thank you. Okay, we are ready for a vote.
Commissioner Ferguson,
Yes.
Commissioner Michelle,
Yes.
Commissioner Nesbitt,
Yes.
Commissioner Wiley,
Yes.
Commissioner Young,
Yes.
Commissioner Preston,
Yes.
Chair McLean.
Yes. Case number 22-150-02 has passed. Thank you. Case 22-125-01, rezoning for Salem Drive and US 24 Highway, request by McBee Construction. Would the applicant like to come? I'm sorry, staff report.
Yeah, I need a minute here to change case.
Okay. Sorry, I got excited. You all are very quiet for a large crowd. I'm very impressed. I really am. I have 6 kids and they're not this quiet.
Yes, McBee Construction seeks rezoning and preliminary development plan approval for some property that's, again, north of 24 Highway, just west of Salem Avenue. As you can see from the from the vicinity map, its location. This is the aerial photograph that shows the site. That is Quick Trip just immediately south of the road there. On the bottom of the screen, there is a convenience store there on the, I guess it's sort of the east corner of the property. This site's been vacant. Part of it's been farmed or cropped in the past. There's a single-family homes around the west side and the north side and also the east side. There's some typical commercial uses along 24 Highway. This is the area, again, that was going to be a supermarket among some other retail uses a few years ago. It never occurred. The properties that surround it on the 3 sides, north, west, and east, are in the county. The city has discussed this case with the county Public Works Department, and they've provided some information about their their feelings on improvements to Salem Road. This is the surrounding zonings. Again, you can see the parts that are not colored are in the just natural photographs. They're not in the city, so they're not. There's no zoning for them. Again, this is the sort of the purplish pink. There is actually C2 zoning. To the south is C1, and immediately, well, sort of to the southeast is C1, and then directly to the south is the Quick Trip, which is C2 also. This is a comprehensive plan as it was before you just voted to recommend it be amended. Again, that was for a commercial use. This is the preliminary plat for the project. You can see it has one road connection onto Salem Drive in the northeast corner of the site. It's a loop drive, comes in, circles, and goes back out. Really, with this preliminary plat, there's only two lots. The outside lot that encircles the loop road, and then the inside lot, which is lot 2. That includes all the properties that will be inside of the road. There's 2 detention basins that are planned in the northwest corner and then also in the center of the site. This is the development plan. These are all duplex units, basically covering all the all fronting onto the interior roads. There's no duplexes that front onto Salem, and the on the south is Old Lexington Road, which is in the process of being vacated. You can see from the pictures in a little bit here that you can see why it was vacated. This is the landscape plan. Again, it's a pretty basic street trees and some buffering along the west property line, I believe. Okay, this is the rendering of the duplex proposed by the applicant. It's a 2-story single-car garage. The photograph on the right is actually the artificial stone, a rock. I'm not sure what the term is exactly they plan to use. It's a kind of a gray color that will also match the color of the building itself. And this rock will go on the sides of the unit, right around the garage, up to the roofs. This is the way that these buildings are shaped. As far as the elevations, this one's not correct in respect that it doesn't have the rock shown on it, but the other elevations are correct. Okay, here we're looking south down Old Lexington Road. It's been neglected for years. I think that's why the city didn't annex it in when they annexed this property where the grocery store was going to be and left that piece out. It's going to be annexed in and then vacated. We're in the process of doing that right now. I understand in years past they've had some trouble with the truckers parking up and down this road. As you can see, that one, they just sleep there or whatever overnight or leave the truck there. And 3 times I've been out there, there's been trucks there twice and once not. Here we're on Old Lexington, and we're looking back to the west at the Quick Trip, which sits up on a higher elevation. Probably familiar with that. And then here we're on Old Lexington again. We're looking due east towards Salem, which is off in the distance there. Right now, like I said, it's basically an open field. The part that's on the furthest away, that's sort of on the right side of the field, which is green, that has been cropped in years gone by, but not this year so far. Here we're looking to the, I guess it would be the northeast. All the directions are a little bit off here because they're sideways. At single-family homes that back up to this site that are in the county. Okay, here we're on Salem Drive, which is on the other side of the project. Looking back towards Quick Trip, as you can see off there in the distance along with that truck. Again, this is the area that was cropped or used for hay production in the past. This is the piece this is the road way that's directly across from the site. Basically, we're standing in the middle of the right-of-way where the new street will come from Salem to be a loop road to come out. It's designed to tee out into this across from the street here. Here we're looking to the south, looking north up Salem Drive. You can see the residential structures there on the left, single-family homes. And there's also some single-family homes to the right. Further down this road, there's a number of duplexes here as well. Here we're looking south down Salem Drive. That's 24 Highway. Off in the distance, there's a traffic light there. Another convenience store that was right here on this corner has been there many years. And this is on 24 Highway. Looking at the convenience store, the applicant's property is to the left. You can see where that Salem comes out at the light down there. It's pretty typical for the ground here. It's kind of brushy along the roads and then harvested in parts of it. Okay, staff does recommend approval of this rezoning and preliminary development plan with the following conditions. The properties must be properly replatted through the final plat process in conjunction with approval of the engineering plans for public improvements. 2 is the front setbacks of the building shall utilize varying setbacks of 20, 25, and 30 feet with a maximum of 3 buildings in a row using the same setback. All setbacks must be shown on the final development plan. Number 3 is the maximum rear setbacks for buildings around the perimeter property shall be 20 feet. There's no required setbacks for buildings interior to the circle drive. The rear building line must be eliminated. The minimum distance between buildings shall be at least 12 feet. In addition to the walking trail on the south part of the site, provide another project amenity such as a picnic area or dog park amenities. The applicant must work with the city and Jackson County to ensure that the existing stormwater management system, including detention basins, meet both entities' requirements. Number 6 is between buildings 17 and 18. Provide a small pull-in parking lot for 3 or 4 spaces to be used for temporary parking to reduce parking on the streets. 7 is with the final development plan, provide a tree preservation landscape plan for the project showing new plantings and how the existing tree lines along the north and east sides of the site will be retained or improved. A landscape feature must be added around the central detention basin shown on the plans. And then the street names and addresses will be assigned during the final development stage.
Well done. Thank you. Okay, would the applicant please come forward? If you'd state
Good
your
evening.
name and address, please.
Stephen McBee, 1203 US 24 Highway, 64050. There you go. Got it? You want me to repeat it?
Yes, please.
Okay, it's Steve McBee, 1203 US 24 Highway, 64050, Independence, Missouri.
Thank you.
You bet.
Tell us anything you would like us to know about the project, and then we'll ask your questions.
Yeah, so first off, it's going to be a private development that is retained by us, a maintenance-free community. We're doing that, so my partner and I, who is also here, we're doing that so that we can, I have rentals in Independence, as everybody knows, it's no secrets. Well, when you have single-family residents and you have the tenants take care of the lawn themselves, you get some really well-maintained people, and you get people that won't even mow their own lawn. And, henceforth, I'm in code compliance because they won't mow their own lawn. So we decided on this project and another project that we're looking at that since we're long-term owners, that we want to do all the maintenance provided. We can keep the property values up keep the properties up, take care of all the maintenance, mowing, everything. So we met with the city, we met with the fire department, we had really good collaboration with both. Actually took the fire department, we were going to keep the other road open just for access, and they're the ones that recommended they would like that shut down since there's only 39 units, that they would rather not see a through road where people flying through the neighborhood. So as we put our walking trail, our green space and everything, that the kids would be, they could play, they could still walk the Quick Trip or Little General if they like, but that we wouldn't have a high flow traffic trying to cut through the neighborhood. So henceforth why we have the Circle Drive. And then we're gonna, as you've seen earlier, where the semis park, it's pretty much public parking. There's a lot of trash dumped all the time. You go out there today, there's tons of mattresses, couches. It ends up being a dump site because it's a dead end road. Anybody can pull down there. So that being eliminated, I thought was a great idea from the fire department. And then as we met with the city and worked with them, it adds green space there as well. So I thought that was a good decision on their behalf as well. So, we're using like 65% masonry product on the front, along with some vinyl siding, very modern looking, well kept, color coordinated, lots of curb appeal, very aesthetically pleasing, so to speak. So it'll be a very nice addition when, our crews mow it, they handle everything. Obviously it'll be, and it's already annexed now by the city, so the roads will be taken care of by, snow removal, et cetera. But as far as all the properties, everything will be included with our rents. That way we can, for future tenants, we can upkeep values and not be, one good, one bad, or three good and one bad, spoils the whole deal. So that's kind of our business model, our business plan that we are going to do here in another location, and super excited about it. We have a very good rental management company that we own. We don't outsource everything we do ourselves, so it's all in-house. I'm from Independence. Most people know, but so at any rate, we're here, we're local. Both myself and my partner own construction companies. There's nothing that we don't do as far as scope of work that we can't handle on our own. So it makes it a very good project when they're not out-of-state owners that, you try to call 3 different corporate numbers, you never get a live person or live body. We drive by there every day. We're there all the time. So it's something that we would be active participation in the ownership.
Thank you. That was very, very comprehensive. That was good. Okay, we will.
Question.
Sure.
It appears that you intend to retain ownership, and these would be rental units.
That is correct.
What would be the impediments to you deciding to liquidate ownership and begin selling?
Well, I mean, obviously, we don't have any, we want to grow our portfolio.
And forgive me, the reason for that question was exactly what you presented.
Yeah.
The retention of
So we're
standards.
local. We both have young men, or young children, not young, but young men that are going to hopefully be involved they are involved now in the businesses and will continue to be. So we have a succession plan, so to speak, both of us. And so we want to have long-term ownership and build our portfolios in this area, Independence, Blue Springs area, because our businesses are all local as well. So that way, instead of trying to go to some other city or, where we're subbing everything out, we can handle the work ourselves and manage these, so.
But this is a highly sought-after property. Market values are escalating.
Tremendously.
What's the impediment to selling or begin selling?
Well, I guess the point I could say is that I own a lot of properties now, and I get about 17 phone calls a day, and I haven't sold any of them. So my plan is long-term retention, and not that I ever plan on retiring. I enjoy work, but if that day ever comes, to continue to own those properties here local where I live, so that, for, both to pass on to the next generation as well as have retirement funds.
I've not looked at the plottage, but is each building on its own plot, or is it still one large parcel of land with buildings?
I think we talked about individualizing those lots, those tracts, correct?
It's not shown that way.
It's not shown that way. So yeah, so the answer to that question would be, my apologies, I didn't know that, is that, yeah, it's one large plot.
Okay.
Yeah,
I think that answers my
okay.
substantially my question. Thank you.
Appreciate the questions.
As a follow-on to your question, if you were to liquidate, you would have to liquidate the property en masse. It would not be, you couldn't,
Without
parcel
changing
off.
something else, that would be, yes, for sure, because if the deed of trust is that way, it would be an all or nothing, which would be to the advantage of future owners, if there was future owners, that they would do the same business model. They would have, one organization would buy them all, not be able to segment them off.
I've got some more questions, Madam Chair, if I could continue.
Sure.
And some of this might be a little bit for city staff as well. The report, the staff report says that should be landscaped feature around the central detention basin. There's nothing mentioned for any sort of landscaping abutting the one that is let me get my bearings here, to the northeast, northwest, which does have visibility to the central roadway. Is there a reason why we're not doing any sort of landscaping or screening of that basin on the northwest?
If that was omitted, that was omitted by error, well, you could make that a part of your recommendation.
Okay.
Add that into your recommendation.
The other thing that was mentioned as part of the conditions of the approval, recommended approval, would be another amenity. Has your group thought any further about what that amenity might be and where it might be located?
Yeah, so it would be, so yes, it would be toward the center, and like with the dry detention basin, where we would incorporate, obviously with the walking trail, like a dog park area, like a more green space that would be picnic tables, kind of a playground type area, if you will, that has a dog park.
In the middle?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then I'd have to look at this because once this annex passed, we were talking about the green space between us and Quick Trip.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that road would be removed, so it would no longer be a dump site. How we would handle that as far as that green space.
That's not the green space you're talking about, though. That's
No, that's not
south.
what we're talking about. But upon annexation, which got approved tonight, and the road will be removed, then we'll look at that space and see what.
Will that road be part of your property, or is that something you would have to obtain?
Well, after the city annexes it and it's vacated, they will obtain the north part, and basically the Quick Trip will obtain the south part.
Okay.
Which obviously Quick Trip is a rock star neighbor. I mean, they take very well, good care of that, so.
Speaking of the amenity space within the middle detention area, that large green space, your walking trail and the sidewalk system does not already extend back there. Would it be your intention to extend that as part of the amenity for access between?
I think we were going to make sure the annex got through tonight and look at how we were going to tie everything out. I mean, obviously, there's a lot of synergy with us and the city and working together. We're open to input and how, we want to be a good neighbor. And so how that works and how that ties out will be, moving forward from here. We'll come up with a comprehensive plan to make those, meet everything and make kind of work with the team to figure that out.
Okay. So the commission will have an opportunity then will we see the final?
No, actually, the commission does not see the final development plan.
Okay. Could we make a stipulation that any amenity space would have proper access given to it?
Sure, yeah, you could make that part of your motion.
Okay. You mentioned you will be self-performing the facility.
That is
sort of
correct.
the maintenance aspect, maintenance provided aspect. Where's your offices located? How quickly could you respond if there was a? So
we're right on 24 Highway, 1203, 24 Highway. And then my partner is just off of Blue Mills Road. His business is part of his residence, so I won't tell his address just in case he's got any fans, so.
And then you also mentioned rental management is done in-house.
Correct.
You got a separate group, but it's still part of your overall company. I just wanted to clarify that. The last question I think I have is, have you done this before? Is this a model that you've executed on before, either in Independence or elsewhere?
No, I have not. I've had a lot of different real estate as far as multifamily assets. At one time, we had 15 multifamily assets all over from St. Louis to Kansas City. But as rental properties here in Independence were mostly single family or duplexes that, they come up for sale, buy them. So they were one-offs, so to speak. And so dealing with all the experience and problems we've dealt with in the past, that's why we decided that we wanted to be in control of maintenance and control our own neighborhood so we can keep the property values up. Obviously, you have a very aesthetically pleasing project, you get better tenants, they have better jobs, you don't have to collect rent as bad, all those things, go together. So that's kind of what we looked at on these projects of how we could, make it a cleaner, better, long-term project.
Understood. Madam Chair, I go back.
Thank you. Any other questions before we ask the general public?
I have a few questions. Steve, you got a price of $1,400 a month, what you guys estimating for rentals?
Yeah, so that was going to be, we had looked at that and I seen that on there and that was actually on, it's probably, I was talking to another gentleman here tonight, but it's depending on like how they lay out a 2-bedroom to 3-bedroom unit, they would run between $775 and $1,200. So,
You're
yeah.
going to go down. You're going to go down.
Yeah, we're going to go down, yeah.
I just, because 14 seemed low to me for a 3-bedroom place.
No, I mean, if you look at the comps in that area, I mean, I have a lot of rental properties in that even area on 18th Street. Actually, yeah, so I know what that brings, but yeah, so I mean, depending on, where we're included. And so utilities are individual to each townhome, each unit. Okay. So they will pay all their own utilities. We looked at even including utilities because we're building the building envelope so energy efficient. We were talking about, well, if we can put in programmable thermostats, we could control all that and include the utilities. But I've seen that. We've done some research on it, and people were really upset when they couldn't. If they're cold in the winter and they want their heat to 75 instead of 72, it won't go above 72. So we just thought, you know what, let's put individual gas, water, sewer, to every unit, and let them pay their own utilities. That way, we're not trying to manage that as well. So that.
Okay, well, that's fine with me. My other question is probably going to be to the staff. How wide are the streets? I can't read them. They're too small for me to read. Will they accommodate parking on both sides of the street with a fire truck to go between them?
It's a typical residential street of 28 feet back to back of curb.
Okay.
We encouraged them or made a condition of approval to put some additional parking spaces there because we know sometimes these places, they have a lot of visitors and they get cars on the street a lot. But yeah, we've never had any issues with the fire department saying that, just like any other residential streets in the city, that's a typical section.
Well, I've been to a couple of these places like these wanting to build, and they're parking on both sides of the street, and I can barely get my truck through them, trying to get a fire truck through. That's why I want to make sure the street's going to be wide enough. Even if we got to have another 2 feet added, it might be better. That's something I would like to have recommended, that the street be wide enough for 2 cars parked on it, even 2 full-size trucks, plus a fire truck to go between, because I think that's going to become a problem in this type of area. Because I have seen it, and I have been through several of them around this area. So I'd recommend that we adjust the streets to be a little wider.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
The fire department has been involved in this development and the things that you guys have already been discussing. Has that been brought up or a concern?
Not that I recall.
Thank you.
Do we have any other duplex areas like this that's a circle drive around that's one way in, one way out?
Okay, sir. It's not, we have to stay with the protocol, please.
Off the cuff, I just can't think of any. It doesn't mean they don't exist, I just don't know.
Okay, well, that's a question I have.
Good questions. Okay, let's do this. Let's go to public opinion. And so you can sit down, and then we'll call you back up if we need answers to questions.
Thank you.
You are welcome. Thank you. Okay. Is there anyone who is in favor of this case? I'm going to take my time so I don't miss anybody. Is there anyone who is opposed to this case? Okay, you come up first, since I messed you up last time. Please state your name and address again.
Sandra Hall, and I live at 2022 Grove Circle, Independence, Missouri, 64058. I am in the zip code, besides, the 64050 is not in our area there. My problem is there's 39 dwellings, which then calculates into 78 individual homes then, or, places for people to live. That's 78 extra cars if only one person in that house drives. Most people are gonna have to be younger that live in these because all the bedrooms are upstairs. There's no bedroom downstairs, so people, I'm getting to the age, I don't like running up and down steps to go to bed. So, there's no basements there. That's just gonna be, younger people. So if you calculate 2 homes, 2 people working in the home, that's 156 extra cars coming onto our Salem Drive that there's only right there at that stoplight. That is not a very big, in the mornings and evenings, that's a lot of traffic for all of us trying to get to work in the mornings. Yeah, besides all the children, the extra kids, it's gonna be right there. That's not a very big area. And I wish I would have brought pictures of the duplexes that are around. There's duplexes, that first road to the north of this location is all duplexes right there. You drive down that road, there's probably 4 or 5 cars per unit. There's on the street, like you said, they're everywhere, and it looks horrible. The right beside Quick Trip, that's nothing but duplexes, and it looks terrible. My home is $320,000. I would like my property value to keep up there. One day I might want to move. I don't want to keep lowering my property value. And if they do only rent for $700 to $1,200, and I don't mean this in a rude way, my neighbors rent next door, and their rent is $1,600 a month. So now you're checking out, it's just not what I think we need. If they were individual homes and they were gonna sell them and add to our property value, I'd be all for it. I appreciate your time. Thank you all very much.
I know you've seen some of us scribbling. We have pads of paper up here, so what we try to do is formulate no, you're fine. Okay. To formulate the questions for you so that we can ask the proper department or the city or have the applicant come back up and answer your questions. So if you see us scribbling, that is what we're doing. Okay, is there anybody else who would like to speak? In opposition, okay.
In opposition.
You're next. Who is? Ladies first, you're correct. I apologize, I'm at that awkward stage where I can't see far and I can't see close. It's terrible. It's really annoying.
My name, Jennifer Burke. Oh, sorry. Jennifer Burke, 1916 North Concord Road, Independence, Missouri, 64058.
Thank you.
I also live in Salem East. There are several of us here that are opposed to this. Most of us probably will not talk. We're, as she said, the traffic, property value, too many houses for the location, the size of the lot. We want to know how the county and the city is going to work. Say if they call 911, county going to respond, or is the city? As well as the children's safety along that 24 highway if they back up against it. There's nothing, if a fence, hopefully will keep the kids out of the highway, as well as the drainage area that they have going. With no basements, I was wondering if there was going to be a tornado shelter for these people if something was to happen. And then, if it's possible, can I ask all those opposed to it to stand so you guys can see how many are opposed?
No, it's all right though.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Excuse me, my name is Mike Pollard. I live at 1817 North Dover Street in Salem East subdivision. My home, I've lived there for about 35 years. I'm a lifelong resident of the Independence area. I look at this as a good and bad proposal. The good part that I see is they're going to get rid of that street that's always been a problem since we moved in there 35 years ago. It's always been abused. It's been everything that they've described it as. I'm in favor of the master plan of going to residential. I'm not at all in favor of the proposal that they've made for a number of reasons. My background in education is that of an architect and urban planner. The term highest and best use is often thrown around a lot in commission meetings. That's a relative term that sometimes means a different thing to the developer than it means to the residents of the area. In this case, I think the highest and best use for their bottom line is as what is proposed. That's not, I don't think you'll find a resident in that area that supports this proposal. You know, this land was annexed with the city support for a price chopper going in there. I was in support of that because I thought, not all the residents were, but I thought that would add value to our home and add convenience to our neighborhood. That didn't happen, not just because the developer just upped and walked away. You know, it got caught up in a lot of things going on within the city initially supported that. And then when Cosentino's made noise about pulling out, then it, at least my perception is it got very political, and the City of Independence reversed its position on supporting that. And so the city withdrew their support for that. So we, the residents of Salem East, were left with an adjoining property that we had no control over, that we were up to the whim of whoever came in and bought it. Now, there have been a lot of talks about what could go in there, what could not go in there. I'm 100% in favor of residential. I'm 100% opposed to what they have proposed. If you look in the neighborhood, the predominance, the highest and best use of that whole area, there's one block that's got duplexes on it. It's the most unattractive, the most abused, and if you check the police records, it's where most of the calls in the whole Salem East subdivision go, is that 18th stretch of 18th Terrace. You know, they talk about their high quality materials, but you know, I'm an architect. I think of high quality materials as not being vinyl siding and fake stone. That's not what I call quality materials. I think if they wanted to go in, if they wanted to own it, and I'm not convinced that they are in it for the long term, and there's nothing that stops them from parceling these as individual parcels, even though it's platted as one plat now. There's nothing that stops them from doing that without replatting the property and then just selling them off. He even spoke about rental properties that they used to own. You know, I don't envision this as a long-term commitment. I envision it as something that's going to benefit them, and then when it's gone, then those of us that have lived, you know, I've lived there 35 years. Those of us that have invested in those homes, it's going to affect all of our property values, whether it's maintained as a one parcel or not. It's going to be rental properties. It's single car garage. There are not really too many upscale attached living units that are single car garage. They're all double car garage. They all have, you know, they all have something that attracts people that are, you know, willing to invest a little bit more. So I can't think of a single reason that I would support this, but I can think of a lot of reasons to not support it. I won't go into the traffic issues. I agree with what's been said before, but it will do nothing but hurt the value of the property owners to the west, to the east, and to the south, or to the north, excuse me. And, you know, it's just a fact that renters don't care as much about keeping things up as what homeowners do. And if you drive around that area and you look at the single-family dwellings all around, you know, I'm not going to say without exception they're all maintained, but they're all maintained much better than what that row of duplexes is. So I just don't think it's going to benefit anybody except them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else who is opposed to this project? Is there anyone here who would like to speak for this project? All right, seeing none, I'm going to use the gavel for the first time. It scares me to death as much as it scares everybody else. I'm going to close this portion of the public meeting. That was a baby tap, I know. I told you. Scary. So, commissioners, if you have any questions of the applicant or the city.
Yeah, the applicant usually gets opportunity for rebuttal.
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. I told you. My other bauble.
Thank you. First of all, I want to say that I certainly appreciate all their concerns, and they definitely have value, and I'm going to take that under consideration. But I would like to say that if you would, I appreciate the gentleman's skill set and knowledge of architecture and building materials, but I would say that if you would, you know, I would disagree that this will actually increase the property value. As you look at that location that's set there blighted for so long with the trash and everything that gets put there, the piles of brush, everything, and then you take a development like ours that would, the product that we're putting in there, and by all means, I want to tread lightly as I want to be careful. Am I trying to belittle anyone or say anything? I'm saying from apples to apples perspective, you could drive through the whole Salem East neighborhood, even there's a newer area in the back, and I would say that you could liken our product of material, building material and construction to or better. I would also disagree that when he's talking about a single car garage on any kind of townhome, I mean, you could do studies from across the nation on single car garage and square footage and places for that. We are on the high end of all of that. So I understand their concerns on that but I will say that these things are beautiful. I mean, you cut to the chase. I mean, if you go look at the colors of the grays, the modern, the brick, I know he said he don't like the fake stone, but to get the colors and the texture and everything to match like it does, they look great. And we're not just putting up vinyl siding duplexes. These look like townhomes that you would see in the nicest areas in Nashville, and so on and so forth. So that would be my rebuttal to talking about the actually aesthetics or cosmetic of the building. And then as far as traffic flow, we went through the traffic. I mean, we could have tried to squeeze more units in. We worked with the city. Like I said, lots of synergy there. We went down to the units instead of trying to get the maximum out, trying to apply for like a PUD where we could have no setbacks. We followed every recommendation on the city. And then as far as traffic coming in and out of Salem Drive, there were some concerns about that, and I appreciate those concerns. So the line of sight, you can see when you're pulling out of our neighborhood, like MoDOT has a minimum line of sight, say of like 485 feet, where you can see 1,000 or 1,500 feet down to the north, and then you see all the way to the stoplight to the right. So it's not like there's a curve coming in to where they make that entrance. And so I just wanted to address that as well, that those concerns have been discussed, talked about, and on with the entirety of everybody, just so everyone knows. But again, I appreciate the comments and concerns that they have. Thank you.
Okay, you can stay up here because I'm sure we have questions. Commissioner Michelle.
And some of this will be for you, and some of this will be for city staff. First one for city staff. Previous projects that we've looked at, even in my short time on the commission, have, a request has been made by the city that the materials and the color palettes are different from unit to unit. Is that something that's been discussed, or would that be a benefit?
You could make that part of your recommendation. I don't know that we discussed it, but you could, we did come up with the thing with the altering setbacks, fashioned after another project here in town, but we didn't do anything about the, changing colors every other building or anything like that.
Is that something that you would be open to, or does that ruin your economy of scale in construction?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that
Would
question?
you be open to changing the color palette between units to something that provide a little more visual variety?
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure we would. Yeah, we kind of like the whole, since it's one unit, we like that, but I mean, the cost is the same. It's just, so I would be open to that for sure.
I don't know that that's maybe something we could discuss as a commission during that part. To address the question on the amount of traffic and amount of cars, I can see that with 78 units, there could be 156 cars associated with this development. Is there a threshold that the city looks at for traffic study being required?
Well, this particular case, because the traffic comes out onto Salem, which is in the county, we talked to them, we sent this project over to them. They responded with what they wanted, where the driveway, where the street was going to line up with the other street, sight distance, sight triangles, so forth. They didn't say anything about a traffic study, so we did not request one.
So since it's county road, they've got jurisdiction.
That is correct.
Thank you, sir. I believe the answer is straightforward. 911 was mentioned. I'm assuming since this is city property that
Sure,
it's
it would.
gonna-
They'd answer a police or fire call here, just like they would a Quick Trip or anything else there.
And this was a comment I had for you. There was a question about tornado shelter and safety. Now, the staff report says these are slab on grade with a single garage.
That is correct.
The plans in this package shows an unfinished basement. What is your intent?
Yes, they were slab on grade.
Okay.
There was a lot of different dirt fill out there, and the way we thought that, that would be conducive to that dirt and excavation would be slab on grade.
Is there any concerns from the city's standpoint?
Well, we have other projects around the city that don't have basements. In the only place that I can recall that we do require there be a storm shelter or whatever, that sort of thing, is in mobile home parks. Otherwise, we don't require them in subdivisions of any sort.
Thank you for that clarification. And then this is also for city staff. Being that this is a parcel that's between single-family residential by and large and commercial corridor, is there any benefit as far as from a planning standpoint that the city sees as having a slightly higher density development here as a buffer to that single family? Is that come into your thinking at all?
Well, you see that a lot of times where there'll be, businesses along a corridor, and then right behind them is apartments, and then it goes to single family. This is a little bit different, but yeah, you could look at that as a kind of a segue between commercial and 24 Highway and the residential properties to the north.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have. I yield back.
Thank you. Commissioner Preston?
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Staff, do we have a similar sized parcel with a similar number of units anywhere in the city?
That's a tough one. I don't know that I can answer that right off the cuff. I'm sorry. I have to do a little research on it. There's probably similar projects. I just can't think of any right now. I'm sorry.
Nothing. Nothing comes to mind.
Brian, can you think of anything? Well, Brian mentioned Country Meadow South, which is on Lee Sumner Road, right on our southern limits. I think the density is a little less there, but the concept is sort of the same, complete maintenance of the surrounding ground, but the units in Country Meadows are actually owned by the people that are buying the units. They can't do that here because the units are not divided off into individual and Country Meadow is actually bigger than this project and designed differently. So nothing I could think of right offhand, no, I'm sorry.
Perhaps I'm missing it, but that community area, playground, swings, whatever, where is it? Is it in here? Am I just missing it? It's just, that's the detention basin.
It would go in the dry detention.
Yeah, they're going to use that
They're
part
going to
to
use the
carve out.
dry detention.
That's not uncommon because a lot of baseball fields, soccer fields, things like that are built in floodplain areas. Because they figure there's not going to be anybody out there when it's raining or in flooding, but
Right.
otherwise it's usually nice and flat and available for use. So that's not that unusual.
Okay. Madam Chair, I yield back.
Thank you. Commissioner Nesbitt.
Yes, sir.
Would it be feasible if you guys would put two-car parking driveways, wide? Is
I
that
think
something?
that we could look at anything to look at that.
I mean, I'm just trying to get the cars off the street.
Right.
I know that's going to be a problem. I can tell you that for sure.
How would that work with the green space, Stuart, I guess, to answer that question? Like with that, the yard-wise, is that going to leave?
Well, I think the 12 feet between buildings is really not that much different from a residential area of single family.
Right.
Where we have 5 feet to side property lines. So here we actually have 12 feet instead of 10 feet behind single-family homes. So I think the driveways could be widened to accommodate a double car. You wouldn't project beyond, I don't think you'd project beyond the sides of the building, so it could be possible.
Right. I was just trying to think aesthetically, I want some green in front of the port, like on the sides. I mean, so we could widen that. I just wanted to see grass, not all concrete right to the building. I think that makes it look more, that's just my personal opinion. We
But
could,
Steve, I see that, but I'm looking at your drawing here, put them on the sides where you have the, because if not, they're going to be driving on the grass because they're going to be parking there so people can get in and out because that is going to happen. I know that's how.
yeah, we could certainly look at that. I mean,
So is it not?
I'm not the concrete guy, so my partner is, so he can handle that.
Is it not basically a two-car? Because I'm looking at the picture, so you could park inside. Is there enough room on the outside to get another car?
Yes, it is two-car. If you parked one in the garage, you'd have one, yeah, so there's two-car parking at every location. One in the garage, one in the drive. Thank you.
So if you went to
Excuse me.
two-car.
Excuse me. Stay quiet, children.
Gavel.
Stay quiet.
Gavel.
Quiet, please.
So the downside would be adding two-car capacity driveway per unit would get some cars off the street potentially, but is also going to your point, feel like the entire development is paved.
Well, when you're looking at the front, from the curb appeal, from the elevation, you're going to be looking, it's going to be concrete essentially as wide as the unit itself.
As wide as the units.
Yeah, so like the green space in the middle, how far is the distance on the, off there to the front of the building, to the front of the garage door from there?
It's going to vary based on your setback. Yeah, 20 to
Because I'm
30.
just, obviously, you're not going to get two crew cab trucks in the driveway, but if you had two small cars, you'd have, is there enough for two? Okay.
Mr. Walquist, would you identify yourself, please?
Robert Walquist with Quist Engineering,
An address, please.
821 Northeast Columbus, Lee Summit, Missouri.
Thank you.
Yeah, the units are actually like 30 feet off the actual curb, so they have plenty of room for a car. Now, what we could do is maybe come in, because the city has a requirement, you can't go more than so many feet wide on the curb cut itself. So we could come in and then have a auxiliary parking on the side, like a 10-foot stall on the side. But I would suggest maybe every other unit, like every building, like every other one, just have a requirement instead of every one, because sometimes as they're going around a cul-de-sac or something, you can't get those in on all of those units. But that would be a compromise, at least then 50% of them would have an auxiliary parking stall for, and then if we could eliminate parking lot that Stewart, I think that would help. Because they're gonna, I mean, theoretically, they'll probably park at Quick Trip if it's too congested.
Be sure to speak in the mic.
Oh, sorry.
So that would presumably increase rental rates for those that do have additional parking. But maybe.
Yeah.
That's for him to decide.
So essentially what you'd be asking for is that we would be able to fit 3, maybe 4 cars per unit. Because the garage is already there to hold a unit. Then you have a 30-foot driveway, which any crew cab can't, 1-ton truck would fit in if you had a smaller car. So if we put that in, that'd be basically 3 parking spots per unit, not counting the additional parking spots we were going to put in to help with the city up here between units 17 and 18, because we were going to fit, so like if there was overflow parking, we were going to make all those parking spots as well, just to help alleviate what his concerns are. So I just want to be clear on what, I think there may be a little bit of confusion on how many vehicles can park at each unit right now, at each townhome.
How many parking spots did you say? I'm sorry.
Well, currently, as designed and as we're trying to work through this evening, there are 2, one of those being the garage and the second being a 30-foot driveway, which is more than even like on our setbacks, we're even 2 feet further than single-family residential. So we've already shrunk that down to accommodate.
What's the size of the garage?
I think it's 24 foot. So a normal car. It wouldn't be a truck garage. So,
8-foot
yeah.
ceiling, 7-foot ceiling?
So it'd be a 7.6 garage door. So 8-foot ceiling, actually it's going to be 8'6". Give me a nod if I'm right. If I'm not, no. Yeah, I think the garage doors are 7.6, but I don't want to be held accountable like this is. I don't have the drawings in front of me.
This is follow-on question to Commissioner Nesbitt. Let's go back to the street. The
Okay.
width of the street is what?
Well, if it's a typical residential street, it would be 28 feet back to back of curb.
28 feet curb to curb?
Back of the curb to back of the curb.
And if you look at this drawing up there, with the word cul-de-sac keeps getting thrown out, and I just want some clarification. This is not tight at all like a cul-de-sac. I mean, there's cul-de-sacs all over every neighborhood. And I mean, when you look at ours, as we were working with the fire department, I mean, they were, and I don't want to speak out of turn or on their behalf, but they were, this is what they wanted. We gave them what they wanted. If you look over here, like on the size of, lots 2, between like lots 1, 2, and 25, and you look at the gaps on that turn, I mean, they're huge. So they were talking when we were designing this out with Robert, we were accommodating everything the fire department wanted and said to make sure that, when we got to tonight, we had done what they had asked and was working with them.
Sorry, studying.
Madam Chair, I have a question.
Yes.
For the applicant, did you engage in any community meetings with any
Yes, we
of the
did.
neighborhood?
Yes, we do, yeah. So we had one on this particular project. I was out of town, but the staff attended and, visited with everybody.
That's all right. Okay.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
got a question for our resident architect, Commissioner Michelle.
I gave you, yes, go ahead.
Tell me.
You put me on the spot.
Yes, I intend. What would you do to improve this?
Mr. Preston, if you could speak in the microphone, please.
Commissioner Michelle, what would you do to improve this project? Oh, correction. What flaws do you see in this project?
I think it's probably, if you look at a normal residential development, you have a variety of styles, sizes, shapes of homes that adds to the character of a neighborhood, and this is pretty homogeneous. I understand the economy of scale and doing multifamily residential development. That's something there's only so much you can do. You're not going to build 38 unique homes here, or townhomes. But I think that adding some variety to the styling of the home and the colors that are used could make it feel more like a traditional neighborhood than a, cookie cutter approach to the same unit over and over and over again.
What concerns do you have relative to density?
I think the density between, and I take the same approach, speaking personally, looking at moving from.
No, this is professional, Commissioner.
Personal professional view. Moving from higher density to a lower density use commercial single-family homes. Transitionally, single-family homes would not traditionally want to have a large development next to them like a commercial development. So stepping back from commercial to higher density multifamily, residential to single-family homes is a good concept in my mind.
Thank you, sir.
You bet.
I think in reference to that, obviously, we've been super accommodating and willing to do even another step. And I think that, the colors is not a big deal if we wanted to work at something. I definitely want modern earth tone. I don't want no, vibrant that's 8-year fad and then is gone. We like brick on the front. It's timeless product, the best exterior masonry product, brick. But I think we could very easily change some of the curb, from the curb appeal, and like add different eyebrows, change up some where they don't look the same from the front. I'm more than willing to accommodate your recommendation on that if we need some, 3 different plans that have different, again, we can change that up if something that would.
I must confess, there's a subdivision not far from my back fence. I don't think the name of it I'll mention, but it's Hidden Valley Subdivision. For the most part, I think there's a great variation in style, but all of the houses are the same navy gray. Right. And it's not despicable, to be perfectly honest.
Well, yeah.
Yeah. Not despicable.
No, I actually like it because I think when somebody comes in, it's not like when you're doing single family, everybody gets their choice of what they want, but we want them to know this is our one community. And so, having similar likeness in each property, and as far as maintenance and everything, I think they look better instead of kind of like, hodgepodge kind of thrown, where it's put together aesthetically pleasing, that it really looks good. Personal opinion.
Last question, I promise. I was writing notes, so I may have missed it. What was the rental rates you were looking at?
Well, I've been corrected, and I stand corrected a lot anymore. But so it is $1,400. That's the market rate. So.
Okay. Any other questions from commissioners, so we can let them sit down and we can discuss? Okay. We can discuss amongst ourselves. I think that if we
Thank you.
want to do some recommendations, we got some work to do.
Yeah.
And Miranda, you better get your fingers ready.
Madam
Madam
Chair.
Chair, I was just going to say, I haven't kept track of the recommendations.
Madam Chair, as the commissioners were speaking, I was taking notes on that. I have some suggestions based on the comments that I heard this evening. So if the commission would like to hear those, you could decide to approve those in block or separately if you prefer. Based on comments that I heard, I believe that there would potentially be the need to add to recommendation number 4 the phrase "with dedicated access" at the end of that sentence. I believe that was the comment was dedicated access to the amenities. The second one was adding to number 7,
where in the last sentence where it reads, a landscape feature must be added around the central detention basin shown on the plans. It should read the central and northwest detention basins shown on the plans. And then the third that I heard would be adding a new recommendation number 9 to modify the color palette and accoutrements to create visual distinction in the final development plan.
Well said. I feel like applauding.
Thank you.
Yeah. It
That was
saved
better
us,
than what I wrote down.
it saves us some very embarrassing wordsmithing, so. Thank you very much. So is,
Madam Chair?
yes,
Say something.
yeah.
Then on 6, could we eliminate 6 and say that they add a third car parking to every unit?
To every unit or every building or every other building
Well,
or?
basically, get rid of the parking, and I would like to see it at every unit. That's what I would like to see, because I know the way people park at these places. I know he wanted every other one, but I like to have it every one.
I wonder if it's possible to, and I guess I would ask Commissioner Rochelle about this also, or the city, not that he's the end-all be-all, but if it wouldn't be advisable to keep the parking between buildings 17 and 18 for guests or what have you, and then go to the every other or everyone. I don't even know if that's possible.
Yeah,
Madam
that
Chair,
would-
I might recommend that in that circumstance, it sounds like the parking might need to be discussed separately amongst the commission so you can reach a decision on that. You could either vote on the others first, or you could wait till you have the parking portion of it decided, and then you could vote on all 4 changes.
Yeah, I agree, because I wouldn't accept that parking change with every unit.
So you want to
as-
separate it out?
Yes, please.
Is everybody in agreement on that?
Would we be comfortable with the recommendations of Commissioner Nesbitt that there's sufficiency of double parking at each unit? I just think there's merit in his proposal. Not go along with that, but let's just stay where Commissioner Nesbitt is.
And keep it all together?
And keep it together. We have to, because we need to move along. But I think there's just great merit in recognizing that double parking on both sides of the street with somebody parking the way I do, which is, I'm just not going to confess it, but it's awful parking.
Well, you got 8 feet and 8 feet, 16 feet to 20, it gives you 12 feet. A fire truck is probably 12 feet wide. I don't know exactly, but I'm thinking that's going to be tough for a fire truck, trash truck.
Yeah, because I'm going to park 2 feet off the curb on both sides of the street.
So that's what I'm saying, it's going to be, for a trash truck to go through there, it'll be hard. That's what I'm saying, that's why they need to have additional parking on, because you say 2 cars per family, you got a 3-bedroom house, you're going to have kids there, now you're going to have 3 cars. And most of the time, you're not going to be able to afford that, so they're going to have 3 people living in there, three different adults, and now you got 3 cars.
Commissioner Nesbitt, I agree with this. This is high density. And is there a way that we can possibly move to parking on one side of the street?
Well, actually, the Planning Commission, I believe, could make a recommendation that the Public Works or Municipal Services look at that, I guess.
Consider?
Review that possibility.
So are we comfortable with, are we all in agreement on that, or do we need to separate it out and discuss?
We can do it.
That we can do the double parking, but with the recommendation that the city looks at the,
So we're not saying adding a 3rd stall. We're saying going to one.
sorry, going to the,
Worse, because then they won't be able to park.
whatever Commissioner Nesbitt said.
Madam Chair, sorry, I feel like I'm new. Are we in full-blown discussion mode here?
Yes.
Okay. So we would only be taking a guess that the fire department has a problem with the layout because no one's asked them other than the city and the applicant.
Madam, may we invite back the architect for?
Yes.
Engineer.
Come on back up, please.
Yeah, Robert Walquist. Those streets are,
You have to lean down a little bit.
those streets are 28 foot, so if you have each car's, say, 8 foot, 10 foot, they park on the edge, you have a lot of room left for driving. That's, 14, 15 feet, so.
No, you got 8, 16, you got 28, takes 12 feet.
12 feet, yeah.
Yeah, 12 feet.
Well,
Trash truck's 12 feet.
right.
I mean, that trash truck's gonna have to skinny.
But that's if they park on both sides, correct?
Right.
That's if they park on both sides, but that's why you have a plan right now. That's
Right.
what I'm saying, that's what I say, add the third car.
And what we were recommending is the client was saying we could take a little bit out of that detention basin to the north and maybe put stalls there instead.
Well, what about the people who live way up there? They're not gonna come all the way,
Okay.
park all the way down here. I think I'm sorry, it needs to be 3 cars at each place. I've seen this place, I've been to them, I drove through them. It's terrible.
Right. Well, George with the fire department had,
Oh,
but I understand,
George is
I
thinking-
understand.
He's thinking there's nobody on the street.
Yeah.
Is there an appetite for a certain percentage, or does everybody feel strongly that it needs to be every unit has 3 stalls? Could we do a percentage of it and then limit parking onto one side of the road only, not both sides of the road? Would there be a happy medium here? Because I can see a detriment to adding more paving at the street front to each unit.
Let's get the applicant to come back and see what he would propose for us.
Okay.
I would also suggest that you use double wide versus number of stalls, but because you could put 3 cars in
yeah.
a single lane versus double wide, that would be 2 lanes.
That's-
Double
I think
wide.
that's what you want.
Double
Yeah,
wide.
that makes more sense.
Auxiliary parking, I think, is this.
I was just going to suggest that obviously the one-way, having only one side of the street parking, great idea. We'd be all for that, but the parking spaces that we were putting between 17 and 18, we could also put between 25 and 1. Then we could go around the corner by the dry detention basin over on the lot between 7 and 8, so that we have parking on both sides. So I think if we took additional parking there for guests besides the other, so we'd have 3 different additional parking spaces, plus only have parking on one side of the street. That may, because the 28-foot street is what's in every street in Independence, Missouri. That's the standard street. So that would help alleviate a lot of that, I think, if they would agree to that on a.
You're good with double parking one side of the street, and additional parking spaces as you stated.
Right, so we already put in, what number is that, Stuart, about the additional parking?
Between 17 and 18, 3 to 4 cars.
I think I think it's 3, say 4 cars.
Yeah,
Yes,
I was
but
gonna
I
say
mean
it
on
would be
the, so
specific.
we could add like 6 cars by lot 1, and then by the lot 1 detention basin. So we're getting it on both sides.
Too small. Yeah, as you look at the preliminary drawing on the 2 units that are on each side of the detention, the northwest detention basin, that's unit 7A and B, and then you've got the basin, and then it's unit 8A and B, and I think they're talking about adding additional parking on the southern end of that basin between those 2 buildings.
I see it. And how many cars, do you think? I'm sorry, how many cars? 6, is that what you said?
How many cars? 6 in that one spot.
And then 4 in the other one?
What about between 1 and then?
Are we still talking about side-by-side parking?
Double park, yeah.
As full paved, or is it
Full
auxiliary
paved.
pull-off?
Well, no, we would have to do the narrow pull off.
Yeah,
And
they
then-
don't allow you to back up onto a city street.
Right. But it's still double parking once you onto
Yeah,
the,
once you get off, right.
Yeah, once you cross over into private property, you're off the right of way, then your driveway expansion usually comes out then. Yeah,
It's
approach.
commonly referred to as an apron.
apron. Okay. I think Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
I think we can do this.
Okay. So, since you were wonderful at rewording those, how do you feel about number 7? I'm sorry, number 6. Do you want me to
Madam
give you
Chair,
a
I
minute?
would like to ask just a point of clarification from the applicant to make sure that I understand what they are thinking and to make sure that is in accordance with what the commission is thinking.
Okay, applicant, will you
My understanding of what I heard there is that we would do aprons at every unit.
No, I think the understanding was we were going to add the additional parking and then do a parking on one side of the street only. Right. Yeah, we would add the additional parking spots everywhere he could fit them in, which we don't know the total number yet, but it could be 12 to 14 by the time we're done. And then have one way, one side of the street. I keep saying one way, but one side of the street. Right. So, and it would be spread around the neighborhood for additional overflow.
So then every unit has the ability to park 2 cars,
Yes, every unit has the ability to park.
one side of the street, and then there's an additional 10 spots.
Well, let me clarify. He's not saying double wide. He's saying one in front of the other, not
Yes.
side by side.
Yes.
One garage, one, what he's saying, one garage, one on a.
Correct.
I'm not sure
All right.
Everybody good?
So now that we worked out parking, we can discuss that there wasn't a single neighbor that was in favor of this idea. So,
Yeah, we have to clarify that.
I think they had a lot with that's gonna be a state issue coming in off of 24, that, I know where they're talking about that turn lane, it's only, I think, what, 2 cars long, or 3?
I don't know. To be honest.
24 turns into there, I know they're gonna talk about that, because, I mean, that does, and I've sat there at that light for several times waiting for traffic too, that can be a bear, it's gonna back up, and it's gonna back up onto the highway, 45 or 50 mile an hour, and it's gonna be rear end. That's actually there, but nobody's looked at that. Steve, anybody looked into that?
As it's MoDOT's this Jackson County's right of way, we followed what they wanted to. We added into this list what they wanted as far as street improvements, sidewalks, and so forth. But we didn't do a.
They didn't hear what the.
They didn't. They had they were only involved in the street improvements along Salem Drive.
Okay. Any more discussion, any more questions, or I will entertain a motion.
I wanted to clarify, was one of the added conditions going to be the variation in, color and or fenestration, or were we just? That was number 9.
Right. I mean, they were suggested, but nothing's been determined or voted on at this point.
Right.
I will go back through what I had said previously.
Yes,
I apologize. I do want to make sure that I do understand the parking at this point. I believe what has been resolved is that it would be between buildings 1 and 25, 8 and 9, and 17 and 18, provide, and then on with what number 6 said. So instead of one pull-out parking that was originally designed for here, they would be putting them in this triangulated area. So that's the additional parking. Was there a decision on parking on one side of the street?
I think the city's gotta check into that first, right?
We're going to check that.
Can that be part of
Is
our
it
recommendation?
a recommendation?
I think we can make it part of the recommendation.
So is that the commission's wish on the parking, to have additional parking and parking on one side of the street as determined by city staff?
We good?
Yes.
Okay,
Okay.
we're going to add that.
Okay, I would entertain a motion.
All right, Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion.
Commissioner Michelle.
In the case of 22-125-01, rezoning of C2 General Commercial to R12 PUD, two-family residential, plan unit development, and approval of preliminary development plan for McBee Acres. I would recommend moving for approval with the stipulations as made by staff and amended and as recited by the city attorney during this meeting.
Well done. Is there a second?
Second, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Staff, we're ready for a vote.
Will do.
Commissioner Ferguson,
Yes.
Commissioner Michelle,
Yes.
Commissioner Nesbitt,
Yes.
Commissioner Wiley,
Yes.
Commissioner Young,
No?
Commissioner Preston,
Yes.
Chair McLean.
Yes. All right, thank you, gentlemen. We wish you luck, and neighbors, thank you for coming, and we appreciate your opinions and your voice, so thank you. Yes, I think it is. I think it is. Yeah. Okay, we have, our next case is 22-200-03, special use permit for 909 West Waldow Avenue by Spencer Rosenbaum to operate a bed and breakfast. Staff, do you have a report?
Okay, this is case 22-200-03, Rosenbaum Bed and Breakfast, a special use permit. We're looking at the vicinity map here. So we're talking about a block and a half, 2 blocks north of Truman Road, off of River at the southeast corner of River and Waldow. And so you can see the surrounding zoning here. We've got R6 single-family zoning in all directions. Single-family uses surrounding, as well as a church school use to the east. Comprehensive plan here.
Bruce, I'm sorry, can I interrupt you for a minute? Is there anyone who can go out the hall and silence them just a little bit, or ask? It's hard to hear you up here. I don't know if anybody else is having that problem, but it's really hard to hear. Okay, I'm sorry, go ahead.
And the comprehensive plan here shows our two kinds of residential uses. Urban residential use that's centered around the square, and then the residential neighborhood use that's predominant throughout most of the city. This is an aerial photograph of the house at the corner, and then the church school parking lot behind the property to the east, as well as a neighbor to the south along River. So this is a drawing of the property. So
We're still having a little bit of trouble hearing you. If you could speak more in the mic, maybe? Is your mic on?
Okay. You hear me?
Yeah, that's better.
Okay. We're looking at the layout of the house, oriented toward Waldow Avenue. They're on the north, and the two different driveways that provide access to the property. The proposed bed and breakfast property contains a 3,044 square foot historic home. It was Harry Truman's boyhood home. The house is a 5-bedroom, 3-bath home, 2 bedrooms and a bathroom will be used by the guests of this bed and breakfast. The property has one paved driveway off of River Boulevard and another gravel one off Waldow. And so the south one would be adequate for the requirements of a bed and breakfast. And then they both lead to a garage that's at the southeast corner of the property that can easily support the parking for paying customers and the residents themselves. The existing gravel driveway along the eastern property line would not be used for guest parking. This business will likely be advertised on the city's tourism site as well as VRBO websites. VRBO guests are vetted, and the owner has the right to deny stay for any reason. Excuse me. Before all bookings, occupants will be notified of house rules and consequences of breaking those rules. The property will meet all applicable permitting, or will need to meet all applicable permitting, and it will need to meet the fire and safety, life safety inspection requirements. And the applicant has indicated that he will have a trash service collection as well. So we'll go through the pictures real fast, and then I'll go through the recommendations. So this is looking directly south at the property from Waldow, so with River to our right. And this is looking up the street, up Waldow to the east with the church school property there on the south side of the street. This is the neighbor directly to the north across the street. And this is the T intersection with River. And you can see the historic marker there for the Truman Boyhood Home. And then this is looking north upriver, and then south downriver, and then from the corner toward the house. And this is looking at the west side of the house from River, and the south driveway looking back toward the church property. Staff recommends approval of this application with the following reasons or conditions. Number one, the bed and breakfast shall obtain a business license in accordance with all city code and comply with section 5.01.004, Article 1, Chapter 5 of the city code. The business license numbers shall be listed in all advertisements and on online platforms. The business must comply with all safety and other standards required by section 14.420 of the city code. A reduced pressure zone backflow device will be required to be installed on the building's water service line just inside the building before any T's and Y's. This will provide the adequate backflow protection for the building. Number 5, once the backflow prevention device is installed, the Independence Water Department will need to send a current test form 2022 for the backflow device to show that it has passed and is working properly. So again, we recommend approval based upon the following conditions. And I'm ready to take any questions you may have about this project.
Thank you. Commissioners, do you have any questions of Stuart? Sorry, Bruce.
Hey, Brian, why does it have to have a backflow put in? Do they have underground sprinklers or something, or anybody else? Because it's residential, correct, right now?
So it is residential, but as a bed and breakfast, it's considered more of a commercial, and all commercials do require a backflow device.
Any other questions before we bring the applicant up? Okay, will the applicant please come forward? And state your name and your address.
Yes, hi, I'm Spencer Rosenbaum. The address is 909 West Waldow, here in Independence.
Thank you. Tell us anything you would like us to know about the project and...
Well, a lot of people come from out of state, and they come and take photographs, and the sign behind you, Madam Chair, A Great American Story, Harry is one of those main chapters of this town's history, and you know, it's a home that has pipes that break, two of them this winter, and other big maintenance things that go along with that. But it's a delightful home, and people like to come and see it, and so there's an attraction. So we would hope that the city would approve it, and happy to take any questions that you have.
Thank you. Commissioners, do you have any questions? Okay.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
So you live in the property.
Yes, sir.
You know, this is not a short-term rental. You're going to operate this as a bed and breakfast. So you'll be preparing meals and providing other services, or no?
No. Under the city's regulations, it's simply the terminology used. I think a more common terminology would be sort of your Airbnb style situation with a couple of spare bedrooms that are available.
Okay. I'm just getting hung up on the naming then.
Yes, there will be no food served.
So we're really looking more at just like a typical Airbnb or that sort of a short-term rental.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
Yes. It would be delightful to have it expand so that they're able to prepare their own foods at some point, but it's a couple of spare bedrooms available, and we wanted to go by the book, receive approvals to share the Airbnb space that's available.
Okay. Will the bedrooms that are available, will they be separated in any way from your part of the home, or is it just wide open?
There is a separation. I would call it semi-private, so separate entrances. But connected with doors currently.
Okay. Yeah. All right. That's all I had, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
that is a very important question. So then why are we calling it a bed and breakfast and
Airbnb.
not a short-term rental?
It's the way our ordinance is written. We make the distinction between a bed and breakfast and a short-term rental based upon whether you reside in the home or not as your domicile.
That's interesting. So, because I would like to remind us that we've dealt with the short-term rental and the person was living there currently. And we denied that because it was an extremely uncomfortable idea.
Now we had another one where they were living there, but they weren't living there at the same time. That was actually passed about a year ago.
But he would be living there.
Not all the time.
You just can't be living there when a guest is occupying it in the case of the short-term rental. So you can stay there when they're not there.
Go ahead.
So, Madam Chair, just to address some of these things that I've been educated with Brian, and to repeat. So there are two processes to be able to be approved for an Airbnb under the current city ordinances, and the big difference is whether or not you're staying there. So at this time, we currently live there, and if you don't live there, the other process, which is an easier process, if you don't live there, where you're renting out the full space, that's another approval process as well.
So we're looking at this as a short-term or a bed and breakfast? Bed and breakfast.
Yes, Madam Chair, McLean.
Which means it's a special use permit.
Got it. Okay.
And a question for the applicant, is your ultimate goal not to live there then? Eventually, or?
So, when you have a historic home, Madam Chair, people presume that the property is tax abated, given benefits and so forth. In this case, of course, well, I won't say of course because I didn't, whenever you see a historic home, you say, oh, well, they've got all this, benefits coming their way. So I've already forgotten the question that was proposed by Commissioner Young, but can I ask, Madam Chair, just to have the repetition of the exact question that was proposed? I apologize.
Yes, go ahead.
So I was just asking.
Oh, right, the futurity, yes. We would hope to be able to open the doors wide as circumstances allow. As I said, the two permits, the one that we're doing is the harder permit, because assuming approvals come through you all, the other, we have to go before city council as well. So it's a harder process to do what is called by the city ordinance a bed and breakfast. It's kind of a misnomer in this instance, but in any case, the difference is that we currently do live there. We would be delighted, as circumstances allowed, to open the doors much wider in the future and have the easier permit and have it not be a semi-private situation, but be fully private for guests. But this is the permit that we're requesting this time to go by the book and be able to open the doors to these spare bedrooms that are available with their own private entrances.
Okay.
With the hope that you'll approve.
Thank you. Okay. I will have you sit and we'll bring anybody who would like to speak in favor of this application. Is there anyone who would like to oppose this application? Okay. Hearing none. Commissioners, do you have any other thoughts, concerns, questions for the city, or are we ready for a vote? I mean, a motion.
I think you need to close the public hearing.
Oh, the gavel. All right, I'm closing the public hearing. Now, commissioners, any discussion, questions?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
this is a beautiful home. I think this application will permit this resident the additional income that it may continue to be a beautiful home. And if there are no further comment by other commissioners, I'll make a motion.
Is everyone okay? Okay.
In the matter of case number 22-200-03, special use permit at 909 West Waldow Avenue, in the request for approval to operate a bed and breakfast, I move for approval.
With recommendations.
With the stipulations as so stated by staff.
I second.
Commissioner Ferguson? Wiley, sorry. I gotcha. Okay, we are ready for a vote.
Commissioner Ferguson,
Yes.
Commissioner Michelle,
Yes.
Commissioner Nesbitt,
Yes.
Commissioner Preston,
Yes.
Commissioner Wiley,
Yes.
Commissioner Young,
Yes.
Chairman McLean.
Yes. Congratulations, and we wish you best of luck. Thank you. Okay. I have a special request. Can we take a bathroom break? Yeah. Can we move for a 10-minute break? Is that too long?
10-minute break, the chair declares.
Oh, the chair declares a 10-minute break. I didn't know I could do that.
Yeah, you can do that.
Cool.
Maybe we have to gavel it.
10-minute break.
Good piece of work. I like you. You guys, you know what? This is a team.
That's not on my sheet. Holy moly, I'm the first.
I think I want to take a margarita.
Oh my God. If I knew how to make them, I'd sneak us in there.
You know, this is a good movie because if I sit there another hour, he was going to have to carry me out of here. Hey, let's work. Makeup.
I doubt it.
I didn't know you were this tall.
Man's taller. He's got me by an inch, I think.
I started getting all mixed up. Like, which one's which?
It looks like we have twice. I know the front is 14 yards. If it's a little higher, you get about.
Is everybody
said 8:75, that's really good. Be here until 11 o'clock. Well, wasn't there one you were here till like 2 in the morning, like long before me?
Somebody renovated on South Main, somebody renovated a Duplex, they're set there. So I've been making the entire time I've lived in that house, which is probably 7 years ago. They did a nice job, I think, fixing them up. The rent's only like $1,000 per pop. It's probably 2 bedrooms, but you look at some of these sorts of things where it's, I wish it was a little higher because I don't think they cross all their T's enough, not all their I's with the city, because the first thing they did was drop a commercial dumpster on the sidewalk on the curb.
Yeah.
They already have, and I've been complaining about it. You got me fired up. Trying to have a nice historic old neighborhood, and it's like they're just dropping junk. I need to find, do they have like bottled water or something? No, they don't.
They don't. This is called bring your own.
I completely forgot to grab one from home. Is there a,
She says she can go upstairs and grab one.
There's a machine out there.
You're not very talkative.
I'm not.
is there a vending machine?
Yes.
Is there a vending
Yes,
machine?
there is, right across the street. Right across the street.
Right across the street.
I've got
Right
to
across the
get
hallway.
something before this next part goes.
No, I get to vote first.
Can you remember to speak closer to the microphone because it's not being picked up?
Okay, I get it. I keep forgetting to turn it on.
I get to vote first, so. My question about those apartments, there's going to be a lot of kids. I hope the schools are ready for the influx.
Fergie, did you bring these for us?
No, she did.
That is so awful.
Energy.
You know I have this in my car?
There is my problem. It's no chance. You brought it in? Not in the car, is it?
No, he had it in here. Yeah. It's kind of unusual to see him sitting in one spot.
We're not allowed to talk about the case. If we're not allowed to talk about the case.
We're not. We're not talking about the case.
Okay. Just FYI.
But it's unusual to see him sitting because normally he's in his car, he's at his desk. I mean, he's everywhere. Sit down, for God's sake. Save him, he's not supposed to be.
I don't know listen. You need to tell him when he got fired.
I think he's going to be interesting. I think we, not tonight, probably.
You can make it a pointer. Not really a great.
Those are good.
That's what we got.
This is forward back. That's all I need to know.
Hell, it's in there. I can't believe I'm going.
Short for pudding.
You are. No, she did not say that.
That's what it, that's what
PUD, what's the PUD? Plan Unit Development.
Are we doing these individuals?
Same thing?
Good. Except now I need toothbrush. I know, that's what I need a bag first. Probably, and I can't talk to you until I can't. I mean, we're just not supposed to talk to anybody before the before the. Okay. Well, you know what? You can talk at the podium. Well, yeah, we do. Thank you. Is that how you tell them? I told him, I said, I'm sorry, but I can't talk to you. Thank you. Oh.
Thank you. And with everybody, take your seats. That's yours. Do you want it up here? No. You do what you want. Okay, thank you. Is everybody in the spot they want to be in? Okay. I'm going to remind everybody, because I know that this is an important project and everybody wants to be heard. So we're going to do 5-minute, a person can talk for 5 minutes. It will be timed and they'll let me know when you're close so that I can let you know when you're close. I want to remind you that when you get up to talk, the most efficient thing to do is if you agree with who talked before, you just simply state that you agree rather than repeating what was said. It will save you time, everybody time, and we are listening. Like I said, we have our pads of paper and our pen, and we are going to write down your questions, your concerns, and we will ask the applicant and the city the appropriate questions so that we can try to answer them tonight. So with that, we are ready to get back started at 8:02. Okay. Our first case is 22-15001, Comprehensive Plan Amendment, Little Blue Parkway, M78 Highway. Request by Northpoint Development to amend the future land use plan for certain lands adjoining the Little Blue Parkway and M78 Highway.
Yes, as you mentioned, this is an application by Northpoint Development for a comprehensive plan amendment for basically the west side of the Little Blue Valley, west of the Little Blue River. For the purposes of this application, we're going to say the Little Blue Valley is encompassed by 24 Highway on the north, 39th Street on the south, M7 Highway on the east, and Jackson Drive on the west. The applicant's properties that they're requesting the change don't include all of that land, just small portions of it. As you can see from this vicinity map, the oval shows a pretty large area, again, because it's sort of stretched out over actually several miles, so to speak. The oval is very big, but that's not really the area. It's only a portion of that. This is the aerial photograph. Obviously, the Little Blue Parkway is very distinctive through the middle of the slide. You've got Truman Road that goes east-west here. You've got 78 Highway that goes diagonals to the northeast. And then at the very bottom of the slide, you have Artie Mize Road, which is really the bottom of this project. A point made in the 1968 comprehensive plan was that the city had very little industrial development, with most of it being along Truman Road and an area north of East 23rd Street and east of Chrysler, which is more or less the AGCO plant area. The document further stated that the civic leaders had long envisioned the Little Blue Valley for industrial development. This is the page from the introduction page from that plan. This is the dedication page that was to Harry Truman, more or less, of the plan. Okay, the new plan, there was another new plan created in 1993. It also points out that the completion of the Little Blue Parkway would open up the valley to industrial development and have a great economic impact upon the city and eastern Jackson County. And that is a quote from the plan that's on the screen. Basically, it says, opening the valley to industrial development will have a great impact on the city and eastern Jackson County. The level terrain of the Little Blue Valley provides the most desirable landforms for large industrial sites anywhere in the metropolitan area. The favorable vertical grades of the valley will accommodate development of arterial street system, ideally suited for heavy commercial and industrial truck traffic. Industrial development and an associated increase in jobs are of vital importance to eastern Jackson County as well as the entire metropolitan area. Okay, so in 1999, there was a developer that came in and basically had excuse me, I take that back, I'm skipping over. In May of 1999, the City Council adopted the Little Blue Comprehensive Plan Amendment. The document reviewed all aspects of the development in the Little Blue River Valley, from land use to transportation, public services, education, availability, and recreational sites, along with the possible alignment alternatives for the Little Blue Parkway. From this data, 3 alternatives were developed. The final plan, which is shown on the screen here, showed the alignment of Little Blue Parkway pretty much as it appears today, with areas of mixed use or open space industrial reserve along much of its frontage. In 2007, a developer sought to create the Harmony in the Little Blue Valley project, which includes a portion of the property encompassed by this amendment request, and this is all west of the Little Blue River. The plan had more of an office retail mixed with residential uses slant than the previous plans. Some 15 years after the adoption, only the new town of Harmony residential subdivision east of the river, north of Truman Road, was developed. No significant revisions were made to the Little Blue River Valley with the recent adoption of the 2040 plan. So this is this current proposal seeks to amend 4 areas in the West Valley to coincide with the applicant's rezoning proposal. As shown on this slide, basically it would be areas, it's the red area, which is B, the green area C, the D, which is the purplish pink, and then E, which would be the north one. The area B, which is on the south, is a little over 95 acres, and is currently designated for residential neighborhood. That would be amended to business park. Area C, which is the green outline, it's about 99 acres. It is designated for mixed use now, and that would be changed to industrial. And the pink area, or the pink purplish area, contains a little over 81 acres. It's designated now for mixed use. It would be changed to business park. And then the blue, which is at the very top of the screen, is designated for mixed use residential neighborhood. That would be changed to industrial. And that one north is 394 acres. And the pink one is a little over 81 acres. This is the comprehensive plan as it is shown now. You can see much of the area that is sought to use by the applicant is a mixed use, which is in the middle. It's kind of that kind of dirty brown color there in the middle with the applicant's sites outlined. Whoops. And that's the end of my presentation for this comprehensive plan amendment.
Thank you. Okay, do commissioners have any questions of staff? Okay.
I do. Hey, Stuart, what made us go through and change this plan from this? It's just people buying it? It's not us, right?
That's right. In order for the applicant to do what he seeks to do, it's necessary to make these changes. This is not a staff-driven application.
Not recommending it then?
Well, staff is recommending, and I'm sorry, I should have added that to the end of it. My apologies.
Because it looks like to me we're supposed to, we didn't get your map. We didn't get the map of what it is right now in our packet, so I didn't know what was residential, what was just like what you said. It looks like
Sorry.
Trying to take quite a bit of residential away from this area that was zoned for residential, where Independence needs to grow in residential, if I'm not mistaken, according to the housing plan that we had done by the mayor. Is that correct? Or do you know?
I'm probably not the best one that can answer that. Rick, I believe you're.
this particular area, a lot of what the housing study did talk about was redevelopment of some of the existing housing kind of in the west of the city. This is an area that could grow, and that was outlined in the housing study as possible areas for like single-family growth, just based on some of the existing areas.
So that's what our study was, that we need to grow out there housing instead of industrial, but that was in the comprehensive plan, that's what the housing plan said.
Well, understand, it didn't really, the housing study didn't look at industrial or any type of rezoning of any particular properties. It just looked at where some of the housing trends were happening and basically recommended the type of different housing units and the number of units that would be proposed over a future time frame. And so it was not just in this eastern part of the city, it was also southern part of the city and western part of the cities as well.
Okay, well, I'm just saying that this, my opinion is that we already recommended that this should be residential, and now somebody wants to come in and change to industrial when our comprehensive plan said that it should be residential. And I mean, that's why I just kind of disagree what's happening here in that aspect of it. So that's why I'm just saying we're going against what we've had studies done, the mayor had the study done, and that's going against it. So I'm just putting my opinion out there.
Okay, let's bring the applicant up. And if you'll give your name and your address, please.
Yeah, good evening. My name's Chris Chancellor with Northpoint Development.
Yeah, you taller people are going to have to move the mic.
Chris Chancellor with Northpoint Development. Offices at 4825 Northwest 41st Street, Riverside, Missouri, 64150.
Thank you.
So as the applicant, we're supportive of staff's recommendation for approval, obviously. But I would just add that, what we're really seeking here is to take the comp plan, the future land use plan designation, back to what it was in 1968 and 1993, and really, conform it back to even the zoning that was in place all the way up until 2007. So, the property was rezoned and changed to mixed use, and I would argue in these specific areas that you see on the plan in front of you, that going to business park and industrial zoning, those are actually not taking a lot of the residential single family out. That's really largely a C2 PUD area that we're taking back to industrial, and that was the prior zoning in 2007. Prior to the landowner at the time, coming forward to the city and suggesting an alternative land use, which this planning commission or a planning commission and the city council agreed with at that time based upon the landowner's directive, right? So I would just encourage you to hear the full presentation about the rezoning effort and those cases rather than be in short, to not focus solely just on the future land use designation, since it is in conformance with prior zoning districts. Be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Commissioners, do you have any questions?
Question. What was inviting about Independence and this particular parcel that made it suitable for an entity such as yours?
Yeah, I would say that what's inviting about Independence, there's a couple of things. One, its location to a logistics corridor, so its proximity to 435 and I-70. In addition, that it's got a significant employee labor pool for prospective tenants. So when we look at that, tenants look at that, and we project in this particular project, we'll get to that in my presentation during the rezoning case, but we project approximately 5,000 jobs created in this development over the next decade or so. So when we look at labor pool, we look at those people who are unemployed, but more so underemployed, people who are working a part-time job or two part-time jobs, that can trade up into a full-time job with benefits. So, starting salaries in a job like this, probably anywhere between $17, $18 an hour with benefits. And so, when you look at that, you say, oh, that's a $17 an hour job. But I would argue to someone who's making $12 an hour job or a part-time job, that's a meaningful increase in wage. And so these are meaningful jobs to the people who live within your city. So those folks that, are further west, in other areas that we believe will travel, back to the east, approximately 10, 15, 20 minutes away to work in a project like this. We know this because those folks are leaving the City of Independence today, and they're traveling north on 291 Highway to our project on 210 Highway. And the preponderant, large proportion of applicants that are tenant C there are largely from people with Independence addresses. So, we subscribe that there's approximately 15,000 people that are underemployed that would benefit from a job like this that are within the city limits of Independence. And so, that's why this site is important. That's our view of it. I would also argue that, this site has been here for 15 years with no meaningful development activity as a single family or commercial use. And, large amounts of it are in the floodplain, which, renders it somewhat difficult to develop as single family. And so, a development like this, can utilize areas like that, in some of the floodplain areas and, and handle some of the environmental issues that I'm sure we're going to hear about tonight much better than, some other commercial uses and single family, multifamily residential.
I don't know whether you intentionally or not, but you did disclose that you already have a presence here. So you're not a stranger to the culture and what we have in mind for what is acceptable.
Yeah, so, when we talk about our presence here, our address is here in the Kansas City metro area. We're not an out-of-town developer that comes in and tries to, tell you what we think from out of town 2 states away. We're proud that we come from this area. And this company is 10 years old and was started here in the Kansas City metro area. We have a number of employees that live within the city limits of Independence, Missouri. So, when we say it's in our backyard, it truly really is in our backyard as well.
Thank you.
Chairman, I have another question.
Sure.
Okay, you say you lived in this backyard here. How many different areas? I know you got one up in Liberty. Where else you got them?
Yeah, so we have multiple projects across the metro area. So we actually have one on 291 and 210 Highway, and one in Liberty that is under construction right now. We have a second in Liberty that we just recently got approvals for, so we'll start construction on that here later this year. And then we have multiple projects, some along I-49 and 71 Highway. So, one of the most notable projects, we're redeveloping the old Bannister Federal Complex. So that's gotten off to a successful start. It was a large brownfield opportunity for us. Not many people from out of town would have invested in that site. We invested in that, put our capital in, largely because we understand the meaning of that to that neighborhood and to the city of Kansas City. So, that's just one example. And I would say that project got its approvals, about 18 months ago. We're already starting, our 4th building there. So, 4 out of 7. So it's, the time is right in terms of, the amount of industrial tenants that are in the market, specifically this market, looking for space.
Okay, so you're saying industrial, basically you're just talking about putting up the warehouses, storage warehouses, is that correct?
Largely, they're used as warehouses, yes.
Yeah, storage warehouses, so they employ somewhere between 10 to 20 people per warehouse, probably, to
No, we'll get into this in my presentation on the rezoning case, but,
I'm sorry, it's all gonna come out there, but I'm just trying, before we vote on this one.
Yeah,
why
absolutely.
shouldn't we ask questions like this? Because you're saying 5,000 people. I can't see 5,000 employees down here. If you got an industrial park where they have about 20 or 30 people per place, and you only have 4 of them, that's not 1,000 people. That's
Yeah.
not 5,000 people.
Right,
So I'm just
absolutely.
asking that question.
Sure, no, I understand. So, when you look at the park, we project essentially, one for every, 2,000 square feet. So that's pretty consistent with, just kind of our platform across the country. So we have 122 million square feet in our portfolio. We employ currently our tenants employ currently about 78,000 people in those buildings. So that actually comes out to, if you run the math on 10 million square feet here, is really about 6,400 jobs.
Really? Okay.
Our projection is,
So it's
lower
proven
than
fact then? That's what I'm wanting to know.
That's
Because
right.
I don't know the facts. I'm just wanting to ask you if you knew the facts. So-
I know some of them.
Okay. Well, that's part of your job. You should know the facts. There should be true facts. If I wanted to, I guess I can go look them up, so I'm saying. So I don't
Yeah,
want you to feed
absolutely.
us something that's not fact, so.
Absolutely.
Okay.
I'll give you the example of, a tenant, Chewy.com just opened their facility in
I
Belton.
saw one out there
Yeah.
in Belton, yeah.
Yeah, so, that's probably about 1,700 to 2,000 jobs in that
that one
facility.
building?
Mhm. Yeah, so they
Wow,
run,
that's
multiple.
that's a lot in that one building, I would think. Okay.
They run multiple shifts there, and so that's a good example of one that has a higher employment base.
Mhm.
But then we have others that, in 400,000 square feet, would probably have, closer to, like 800 jobs or something like that, right? So, the average, I would tell you, across our portfolio is pretty consistent to that, 0.5 or, 2 jobs, 1 per 2,000, excuse me.
Okay. My next, other question is going to be, rented out house or space. Are you 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80? I'm sure you're not 100% rented. So what's your average right now?
Yeah, so our average changes on a daily basis, but I would tell you that any of this, we are north of 85% on any space that can be moved into in the metro area today. So obviously, we have a lot of buildings that are finishing up construction. We don't have tenants in them, but very commonly, especially in this environment, those buildings are pre-leased. I'm sure we're going to hear about it tonight, that we don't know who those tenants are going to be in our buildings. And spot on. We have not gone out and advertised this to tenants. We simply, from a
Well, I'd hope you
reputation
haven't
perspective.
advertised tenants, not unless you knew somebody big enough, a big corporate like Amazon or something, but that would be going in there. But I think Amazon's set around this area myself, but.
Yeah, it's really comes down to a reputational issue for us. So, we don't go out and we want to sell with certainty, right? And we're obviously here tonight for a comp plan and rezoning cases. So until we get through those approvals, which we hope we gain over this next month or so, that we would not be able to go out and sell with certainty that we could in fact deliver a building for a specific tenant.
Okay.
I would tell you that 20 million square feet is what we've developed in Kansas City metro area over the last decade. 17 to 18 million of that was built speculatively. And so it's just a fact of the state of the economy that we're in today and how long it takes to build these buildings. If you do not have product in place, you're not going to get a tenant. And so we can sit and wait for build-to-suits, we won't get a tenant. So we have to build something, and what we build suits 90% of the tenants in the marketplace. So those tenants, when they come to town, they're picking between Missouri and Kansas. They're picking between, Independence and Belton. They're picking, so they drive around and they look and they say, well, I can get into this building, our competition in Kansas, I can get in there in 3 months. It's going to take you 12 months to build your building. So we'll never win without building speculative.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more questions or comments? Yeah, are you on? Now you're off. Now you're on. Now you're off. Go ahead.
Just for the record, the role of the Planning Commission is to help guide land use and development within the city. We also consider how new developments will affect citizens and business owners in the immediate vicinity and citywide. Now, questions beyond the scope, that scope, should be directed to the relevant bodies. The final decision on all of these questions will be made by the City Council. And I yield back, Madam Chair.
That's a good reminder. Thank you. Are there any other questions? So we want to focus on the fact that this is future land use plan that we're voting on. And then we'll have the next 3 items to look at and get in the details and the weeds.
I have a question for the staff.
Sure.
Do we have a list of the owners? I mean, you just put down owner. Do we not know who exactly owns these, or is that a deal? Is it a corporation? Off-site banks? What?
Well, actually, there's, I believe the southernmost piece is owned by, 2 pieces actually is owned by 2 local gentlemen. Most of the rest of the property is owned by Little Blue Valley Development, or Little Blue Valley.
Do we have the names of them people, or can we not have them?
Well, one of them is here tonight, I can tell you that. He can speak to his own property that he owns. And the Little Blue Valley Development Corporation, or whatever the title is actually a subsidiary of the Community of Christ Church, I believe.
So the church owns that property.
They owned several parcels in this application tonight.
Okay, so the church owns that, but who's the name? Can we not get the names out there, or is that something we can't have?
Well, I can tell you, one of the southern owners of the very southern piece is owned by Randall Pratt, and he is here somewhere tonight.
Okay.
And I can't speak for the other, it's some farm corporation, and he can probably elaborate on that when he speaks.
Okay, well, I'd just like to know, because I want to make sure they're approving it and all that too. I'm guessing they're approving it.
Yeah, they signed a contract to do this, so they would have approved it.
Okay, just want to make sure.
Okay. Any more discussion? Thank you. Is there anyone, and remember this one, you've got 4 in front of you, so you might want to consider which one you want to stand and talk about. So this one is Comprehensive Plan Amendment to the Little Blue Parkway M78 Highway, a request to amend the future land use. Then we're going to go to the rezoning part. So is there anyone here who would like to speak in favor of this? State your name and address, please.
My name is Daniel O'Neill, and I live at 2700 Coachman in Independence, and I've resided in Independence for 65 years. So I think I'm a citizen. I would like to speak in favor of this development for several reasons, which I will elaborate on. Number one, Northpoint is a local company. They're out of Riverside, Missouri, and we have many examples of their developments that we can go visit that are local. They're the largest industrial property owner in the United States. They're widely recognized for their high quality of construction and ongoing operations. And they have sites in Belton and Riverside, and the other ones were mentioned earlier.
Yes, sir.
Madam Chair, if I might, while I appreciate the speaker's comments, he's making comments that are specific to the company, which would deal with the rezoning. It does not deal with the comp plan change. So again, as the chair focused, is initially the discussion is about whether this property should be shifting from residential to business park in Area B whether it should be shifting from mixed use to industrial in C, mixed use to business park in D, and mixed use and residential neighborhood to industrial in E for the long-term betterment of the city.
Okay.
It does not deal specifically with any
The
development itself. It's simply just whether the commission believes that moving these mixed use and business park future plans towards industrial and business park, residential and mixed use over to business park and industrial is the proper direction that the city should be going for a development standard.
Okay,
I would speak in favor of what he said.
thank you. Is there any further comment to this specific case?
My name's Randall Pratt. My address is 214 South Spring Street, Independence, Missouri, 64050. Planning for the future of Independence goes deep in our family roots. My wife's great-great-great-grandfather is named Jacob Gregg. He did the first census in Jackson County that determined there were enough people to form a county. And after it was formed, he laid out the streets of Independence in 1827. And I'm pleased to claim that tradition in our family as well. My own personal involvement with the city's planning began about 21 years ago. I was a consultant in the process of helping plan the Little Blue Valley. Just 2 years before then, we had completed the Little Blue Valley Comprehensive Plan Amendment, a hefty book. And I would like to point out that our comprehensive plan is not one sheet of paper with colors on it. It is a very extensive document that talks about the goals, the challenges, the strategies, and the hopes of a community on what to do with 48% of the landmass of Independence. The subtitle for this comprehensive plan amendment is An Economic Development Strategy for Eastern Independence. I say that to be clear that our discussion today is not about whether there should be development in Little Blue Valley. Our discussion today is, are we achieving the goals that we have collectively come to a consensus with for over 23 years? This has been the dream of our community for 23 years. We've built consensus, we've had citizen involvement, and just because the bit of color on the areas that we're discussing tonight is different than what we might want it to be, the goals, the principles, the hopes that are reflected in this document are very much about economic development. More specifically, in my work in 2007 and 2008, in that time period, in the rezoning of 2,800 acres that occurred, we did extensive planning about what might happen. This was the preliminary development plan approved by the Planning Commission at that time. There's lots of colors. Red is commercial, retail. There's other colors, orange for multifamily, and then for yellow, there would be single-family residential. Mr. Chancellor mentioned that there's very little single family that's being replaced. That's absolutely true. Out of more than 800 acres, that's the portion that's being discussed right now, there were only 47 acres of single-family residential. The vast majority was retail. Over 4 million square feet of retail was planned. And I think there would be consensus in this room that with internet shopping, that will no longer happen. The Planning Commission hearing that we had shortly before this, when we were considering a small number of duplexes with a lack of support, a lack of significant concerns with that. Just to note, over 4,000 apartments are currently approved for this area. That's what could be built today, is over 4,000 apartments, because it's in a mixed-use area with commercial, retail, multifamily, all together. And what we are asking, what the developer's asking for, is also mixed use. So when you look at the colors, back to the comprehensive plan, the colors that are there are not yellow for single-family residential. The colors are there for mixed use. And even the comprehensive plan that was adopted in 1999 didn't say that it was single-family for the vast majority of this. It was mixed use. And when we have a business park with a variety of building types and sizes, and the presentation to be more on a human scale, that is certainly mixed use. And the business park request for the change of the comprehensive plan very much is in keeping with that. There's some larger buildings than we might have expected at one time. But even the plan from 2007 absolutely contemplated hundreds of thousands of square feet of business park space within this comprehensive plan and within this rezoning. I just want to point that out as for purposes of history, since I like history and how we plan for independence, that we have to be careful and understand that what the history is and what it's brought it to is mixed use.
You have one more minute. Sorry.
So for that purpose, if I only have one chance to speak, I also want to speak briefly about the Van Trust project. I was one of the leading opponents of that. They'd come to me first asking if I would sell the land that I had on the east side of Little Blue Valley, and I turned them down. I could have made a lot of money by saying yes, but I said no, because that was definitely an industrial park with large buildings right next to the Parkway without a mixture of uses and sizes. That project was for very, very large buildings directly adjacent to neighborhoods like Castle Woods and Prairie Landings. In fact, there's a 25-foot setback from people's backyards. What's being proposed today is over a mile away from those spots in Castle Woods. And it's a very different presentation, as you'll see in the plans. There's a sensitivity to design, to approach.
It's 5 minutes.
I'll be quiet.
So sorry. Thank you. Is there another speaker for this particular land use?
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Steve Maurer, 1100 Main Street, Kansas City, Missouri. I am the chairman of the Independence Economic Development Council, and I would request that you consider allowing the applicant, Northpoint, to provide all of their information to you, because the comprehensive plan change is tied into their rezoning requests, and you're only seeing a small part, and there's pieces that have been thrown at you that don't fit in because you don't have the whole picture on top for the puzzle. And so I suggest you hear this and then hear the rest of their presentation, because I have for you written from 148 members a written request that you approve the comprehensive plan change and the rezoning. I have letters from every aspect of our community, from the Fort Osage School District, from the Metropolitan Community College, from the Independence Medical Center, from the Independence Square Association, all across our community, all saying, please do the comprehensive plan change, please rezone to allow Northpoint, because this is our project. Now, I know I'm supposed to just stick on the comprehensive plan, so I will say this. I've been involved in independence for over 30 years. When I was a very young lawyer representing the city of Independence, I had an opportunity to get on a bus in the late 1990s. And on that bus were the pillars of our community like Ron Stewart, Don Reimel, Susie Block, Larry Blick, Paul Weston, the list went on. We rode that bus to Jefferson City for the single purpose of lobbying MoDOT to allow the construction of exit ramps and entrance ramps on what was then called the Celsa Bridge, to allow for the Celsa Bridge to actually become the Little Blue Valley Parkway entrance onto I-70. And we put everything we had and every vote we could muster to get MoDOT to agree to do that, and they did. And the vision then was that we were going to make that parkway the industrial development corridor for Independence. We were going to build that road so that up by Lake City is where our new industrial job growth would go, so that our children could actually live and work in Independence, so that the excellent school districts that we have would have a place for their kids to graduate and then go to work. And that was the vision 30 years ago. And it's finally coming to fruition. Now, you heard about the 2007 change. That was a good idea, I guess, but it failed. It's been 15 years and nothing happened. The market forces are very clear. You're not going to get that type of retail mixed-use development up there. What you need is what the vision always was and should be, which is industrial development, which will then bring jobs. The housing study, Commissioner, that you mentioned, the housing study We helped do it at the Independence Economic Development Council. It is not calling for housing in the valley, single-family residential. That is not what the housing study is about. In fact, what the housing study points out most importantly is you have to have the job growth in Independence to drive the need for people to live here. Where the growth is going is where the jobs are. And this is our opportunity. And if you give Northpoint a chance, what you're going to hear is the thing that blew away the Independence Economic Development Council, blew away the Chamber of Commerce, and every person that's heard it, and that is the number one reason why they like Independence is because of the available job growth. We have the workers that are already traveling to Belton to their facility, to Liberty for their facility, and they will stay here. And even though it may be a harder push to build in the valley, which is miles from the interstate, and it may be a harder push to develop in what is partially floodplain, they're willing to put their own $1 billion into this plan to help our community grow. And this is the transformative opportunity for us. So I strongly request that you consider everything at once, but certainly don't get sidetracked with the comprehensive plan so that you never even get to the really good stuff about the redevelopment. Thank you.
Thank you.
May we see those letters? Is that
absolutely.
okay?
I'll start copies each.
Next person to speak in favor of the comprehensive plan.
Thank you. And Madam Chair, thank you. If I am not on this pertinent topic, if my comments are, please stop me at any time.
Okay,
All
first,
right.
can you give your name and address?
I will.
Thank you.
My name is Lynn Baker. I live at 19116 East 19th Street Court South. Yes, that's an Independence address, for sure. Independence, Missouri, 64057.
Thank you.
I live very near the proposed development. I wanted to talk to you because I represent the academies of the Independence School District. I've been a professional educator in Independence since 1971. But currently I'm representing the academies in our school district, and our academies are producing outstanding students. We don't have the number of jobs for our students. We need them to stay in Independence. They are ready to go to work. There's a technical school at Fort Osage I'm well acquainted with, and I know Blue Springs is also building a career technical center. We have students ready to go to work through these fabulous programs, and we need to provide them the opportunities here. Secondly, if I am reading our local newspaper correctly, if we do not obtain more commercial business groups contributing to the price structure of this city, the prices for the ordinary homeowner are going to rise. And so we need to take that in consideration. The third thing is, unfortunately, I came to the city, I fell in love with the city. As I said, I am not from here. We are looked at as a second or third class city. I see my students going to Lee Summit and Blue Springs. That breaks my heart. I want us to have the facilities, the jobs, the abilities for our kids to stay here in Independence. I will probably be long gone, and that's okay when this is completed. I want the future of Independence to be secured for the children of this fabulous community. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Reminder, we are still on the comprehensive plan amendment, not the rezoning. Anybody who would like to speak in favor of the comprehensive plan? State your name and address, please.
Good evening. My name is Patrick Campbell. I live at 18117 East Fall Drive, Independence, Missouri. Lifelong resident, third generation here in Independence. My father sat on this planning commission. I sat on it for over 20 years. Your job is tough. I've sat where you are. You've got a tough job tonight. I understand that. I haven't been here to speak since I've left the commission. Probably, I don't know, how long has it been? 3 or 4 years. But I felt like that this was worth coming out to speak for this evening. To give you some idea, I work at Blue Ridge Bank and Trust. When Blue Ridge Bank built their current building at 4200 Little Blue Parkway, it was anticipated when they built this that the Little Blue Parkway would be industrial. That's what they envisioned. That's why they built the location they did. That's why they went with everyone else to Jefferson City to get the ramps made, to have the streets made. And the streets were made particularly for industrial. So that's why they went there. So Blue Ridge Bank, myself, we are for this project. We would love to see this comprehensive plan amended so that you can move forward with the rezoning. And to me, it's kind of, I don't know if you're doing the cart before the horse, but if you don't pass the comprehensive plan, then I don't know what happens to your rezoning. So I'm siding with Steve Maurer here, an attorney, which is hard for me to do, but I will. That I think you need to consider the whole package, because one without the other doesn't make a lot of sense. So I'll answer any questions you have, but other than that, thank you.
Let me ask a quick question. I just need help or advice. Are we separating all of these out? Yes, I'm as counsel.
You could have the public hearing for all of the items, and you can defer a vote until the end, and then you can vote on them individually at the end. You don't have to necessarily vote after each one. Okay. So you could have the public hearing for each of these, reserve that vote till later.
Okay, so it still helps us to hear the fors and against for each item, just to keep it clear in our minds.
Certainly.
Okay. Is that okay with everybody? Yes. Okay. So next, speaking in approval.
Good evening. My name is Mark Delator, and despite the accent seeming otherwise, I'm actually, I have been a resident of Independence. My business has been in Independence. I'm currently a resident of Lee Summit, 4238 Northeast Edmondson Court in Lee Summit.
You. What was your first name again? I'm so sorry.
Mark Delator.
Thank you.
Yes. So much has been said by the very eloquent speeches that preceded me. But I'm a single-family residential real estate developer, and it's interesting and a point worth making that I'm currently developing in the city of Independence. This planning commission, we came before you guys very recently with the help of Stuart. My company, SBD Capital Development, is currently building 13 fourplex units on the town, we're calling them the townhomes of Harvard, right by the Sterling Acres subdivision at Shealy and Sterling Avenue. So thank you for your support there. Very much in favor of this development because it's pro-housing. The one thing that I think sometimes gets put aside is that jobs have to come before the housing. Everyone wants the housing project for the tax base, but these gentlemen here are bringing jobs to this area, quite substantially, I might add. And the housing base that will allow us single-family and multifamily developers to come in and deliver the housing that the city is needing and wanting, it has to have the jobs before we can come there. I drive frequently down with my daughter to a volleyball all the way to Gardner, Kansas, and I see the cities of Olathe and Gardner that are doing similar projects with massive warehouses right on 35 going south. And you know that they're bringing jobs because subsequently, we see the restaurants and the retail and the housing developments that are there to come in and support those developments. A city like Raytown, on the contrary, completely built out around because they have nowhere to grow. They have no more land. They're completely landlocked by other cities. The blessing that the city of Independence has is the land. You guys have the opportunity here tonight to expand the base, expand the tax base, bring jobs, and keep the people from driving up north, from driving to Gardner, to driving to Grandview, where the jobs currently are. I think I'll leave it at that. Thank you for your time.
Sorry, your name and address, please.
So Gary Jones, 5352 South Davidson Court, Independence 64055. I don't belong to any organization. I'm not an attorney or a banker. I'm just a guy watching what's going on out in Independence.
You might need to move towards your mic.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Years ago on 40 Highway, they built a Best Buy, which was, for those who are not old enough, was about a block east of Hy-Vee. Now it's a church and a storage facility. I used to live in their backyard. I used to have 10 acres of soybean fields, and now we're going to build a building, and 100 feet away from my house was a big, tall building. That was fun. We had two problems: the trash truck at 6 o'clock in the morning and spotlights on the outside of the building. We called the city, no more trash pickups before 7, and they changed the lights. When I sold my house, it sold at a good amount of money for the right price. There was no big problem with trucks. There was no problem with valuations of the house. Then I moved over to Whispering Meadows, which is right behind or just west of Bass Pro. And I was the landscape chairman for the HOA there in Whispering Meadows when they were going through that construction project. Recall right behind Hobby Lobby, there's a big cliff that was blown out while the houses were there. It took about 30 feet of rock with explosives, and not one house received any damage. The developers worked with the city worked with the HOA, and it all worked out fine. We asked for a wall. They put an 8-foot wall on top of that cliff. There was no problems. There was no trucks. And unfortunately, the depression or recession of 2007, 2008 wiped out the people coming in and were going to backfill that space. But the values were there. There was no problems because of that development. We hear of a lot of potential problems, whomever builds out this area in the valley. So my experience has been living in the backyard of two projects here at Independence. There has not been a problem. Jobs, taxes, new money coming in. That project is going to bring a lot of vendors, a lot of visitors. They're going to need a place to live, to stay on a short-term basis, hotels. They're going to be eating. You'll have truckers come in. They want to have some place to live, to stay the night, eat in restaurants. Everybody talks about the $18 an hour jobs. You got to have a manager, an owner, $75,000, $80,000, $9,000 a year. A supervisor, $50,000 a year. I mean, it's not just the low-level people working there. Do some quick math. At $20 an hour with 4,000 jobs, that works out to $166 million a year in payroll. $166 million. That's at $20 an hour with 4,000 people. Change the numbers how you want to change them. You want to go 3,000 jobs? You want to go $25 an hour? It's a lot of money coming into our area. Is it all going to be in Independence? No. Some people come from Liberty and Grain Valley and Lisa, but a lot of that money is going to be coming into our area. And I don't think we can afford to look at that piggy bank and say, oh, there are going to be too many trucks, too much noise. We want to have some houses. $166 million in payroll. Any question? I'm glad to answer.
We've written down our questions if we have. Thank you. Okay. I have lots of people signed up. Yeah. So I want to make sure, I was going to call them in order that that you were all signed up, but because we need you to specifically talk about the land use first, and then we'll move to the next part, kind of think about that, and I won't call this in order, but we will make sure everybody gets heard. So, thank you, and your name and address, please.
Good evening. My name is Jason Snodgrass. I'm the superintendent of schools of the Fort Osage School District. I'm representing the Fort Osage School District tonight. 2101 North Twyman Road, Independence, Missouri, 64058. I have been superintendent of schools at Fort Osage School District for 7 years. This is the first time that I've been to a planning commission meeting. This is the first time any project that has come before this board and ultimately City Council, the Fort Osage School District, by unanimous vote, 7-0, passed a resolution in support of this. The reason that we're support of this, and the reason I've been sitting here this evening along with other folks who have already spoken, is I'm very passionate about this. I'm very passionate about this because I'm passionate about students. I'm passionate about education. We have a goal in our community, not only Fort Osage School District, but I can also certainly speak for the other school districts in the area, to prepare students for life after high school, to prepare them for the workforce, to prepare them. Currently, Fort Osage School District is the largest school district in Jackson County by area. There's not a larger school district by area in Jackson County. However, our assessed valuation is one of the lowest. The reason for that is it's in large part agricultural, and we're proud of that. We're proud of who we are at Fort Osage. However, the revenue, it takes money. We are not judged by our bank account, but we are a business as well, and we do have to pay our bills, and we have to recruit and retain effective and quality staff. We have to put safe buses on the road. We have to pay our bills to be effective in order to properly support the students and staff of our school district. Currently, the land in Fort Osage School District that we're talking about, we have received $3,250 of revenue each year. If this is built based on the proposal by Northpoint, in 33 years, over 33 years, we will receive over $32 million. That's just Fort Osage School District. That's not any other entity we're talking about tonight. That's a game changer for our school district. That's a game changer in order to recruit and retain staff. Beyond the money piece of this, beyond that is the job creation we've talked about. Beyond that is the partnerships that we believe we can form and create with Northpoint in regard to opportunities for students to do internships in these spaces. We have been in conversation with them already about one of the first buildings that would go up near or closer south down Little Blue, which would actually be located in the Blue Springs School District. We would partner with them to have space for us to have educational programming in that space. That's a game changer for us as well. And you say, well, why would Fort Osage want to be further south? Because we would be able to go closer to where the business industry partners are located. And that's something very appealing to us. I know there's several other folks to speak tonight, but I just encourage you to listen to these people who are also passionate that are here, and remember our history, and not only that, but more importantly, remember where we're headed. It's my goal to prepare our students for a brighter future, and I truly believe this could help that opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak in favor? Okay. Come on up. Name and address, please.
Yeah, Blake Roberson, 4925 South Conway Court, Independence 64055. And I'm here tonight to speak as two different things. Number one, by admitting this to you, I am a member of the Council for Economic Development, but I want to speak to you tonight as a small business owner. We haven't heard from anybody else tonight, but I have a small business, have for 40 years on 40 Highway. 7 people work for me. And I have a lot of small business friends in Independence. We are counting on you to continue to let Independence grow and to not throw away this opportunity because it may not pass this way again. We need small business to grow, and to do that, we need this industrial park, we need this development. And I also speak to you as a school board member for the Independence School District. All 7 members of the Independence School Board want this to proceed. We need this to proceed. We ask you as a school district to honor what our friend over here said about the academies. We have a governor of Missouri that came to Van Horn, spent a lot of time at Van Horn talking to the welding class about how he was a welder and how far he has come and what he did with those skills. And we need the jobs of carpenters and electricians and welders and all sorts of different skills. So with that said, I don't want to take any more time, but I ask for your support tonight to pass this important point for Northpoint. Thank you.
Hello, my name's Eric Ashbaugh. I reside at 1512 South Lee Summit Road. My dad used to say to me, I don't have a lot of dogs in this fight, and I don't particularly have many dogs in this fight. The dog I do have in the fight is that I care about independence. I've only lived here for nearly 40 years. And I say that because many people in this city have lived here all their lives. And so I'm a relative newcomer, I suppose, but I have chosen to live here. And I would say it's a nice place to raise a family. It's a good community. A community deserves to be taken care of. So I hope the years I've spent among the folks here in Independence and the time I've spent serving on the Parks Board and the time I've spent on the Planning Commission on the other side of that bench will allow me to have some privilege so that when I say what I believe, it'll have some credence. And I didn't come here today to browbeat anybody into my way of thinking with a lot of facts, suppositions, and promises. I just want to remind us of a few things that we need to keep in mind as we go forward, considering tonight's zoning developments. A lot of folks are disturbed that this area is going to lose its beauty. Well, I love nature, and you might say I love it so much that I spend nearly every day working in it. I run a small landscape business, and I do it not because I want to be rich. So believe me when it says it pains me to know in some ways that this little blue valley may not be the way it has been in the past. When I was a teen growing up in Austin, Texas, we lived in a neighborhood, a small middle-class neighborhood, and at the end of our dead-end street, there was a 100-acre field. And that field was kind of a common field, but 3 weeks out of the year, the bluebonnets would bloom, and it was fantastic. It was awesome, and everybody loved that field. But one day, a bank came in, and they built a building that had 6 drive-through lanes. I mean, what's this about? This was something new. People would say, I'm going to spend my gas money sitting in this drive-through lane. I'm just going to walk inside. I mean, gas is 30 cents a gallon now. It's so incredibly high. And this was back in the 70s. But that bank came, and they built it, and everybody loved it. Because before you had to go downtown to go to the bank. There wasn't a bank close by, but now there was. And all the neighbors decided, hey, we're going to support this bank. Well, there was an intersection across that field, and when that bank came in, it opened up to development. And by, that field was not a field any longer. It was a lot of concrete and asphalt. So when folks hear this about industrial and commercial development, they get worried. But let me tell you, sitting in that chair, as I have in the past, and having developers come and say what they want to do and what they promise they'll do, we had to sit there and hope that they would. Because we didn't have the zoning. the zoning wasn't in our favor. Now we have a chance to make the zoning complete and appropriate and attract folks like Northpoint who in their preliminary plans show a lot of attention to the landscape, show a lot of green space, show an intelligent water mitigation plan, not like Fan Trust was. This is different, and we need that zoning to be approved so that when the inevitable development comes in, that we have a quality company to give us, the folks of Independence, what we deserve. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I think maybe we will go ahead and take anyone who is opposed to this. Is that all right? Yes, to the comp plan, and then we can move on into the rezoning and start all over. So if there's anybody who is opposed to the comprehensive plan, please come on up. Okay, seeing none. So I'm going to declare this, sorry, I need help with this. I don't see anybody. So close the public hearing of this, correct?
This will be closing the public hearing for the comprehensive plan amendment.
All right, hang on, I get to bang the gavel. Okay, closed, the public hearing is closed. Commissioners, do you have any questions for the applicant or the city? Or would the applicant like to come up and respond to any of the favorable positions? Commissioners?
Madam Chair, again, if the commission, well, I apologize. Proceed with the comp plan. I think we can, I'll come back around to your question earlier on the rezoning to maybe make that more efficient, so.
Okay. So
we
now,
should proceed with the comp plan vote, because if you are, depending on what your decision is, then that, as some of the speakers alluded to, that does open the door to the rezoning discussion.
correct, right, okay. So, if there's not any discussion, I would entertain a motion.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Preston.
in the matter of case number 22-150-01, comprehensive plan amendment for Little Blue Valley, I enthusiastically move for approval.
Is there a second?
I second.
Thank you, Commissioner Ferguson. Okay, we are ready for a vote.
Commissioner Ferguson,
Yes.
Commissioner Michelle,
Yes.
Commissioner Nesbitt,
Yes.
Commissioner Wiley,
Yes.
Commissioner Young,
Yes.
Commissioner Preston,
Yes.
Chairman McLean.
Yes. Just put that away.
Madam
Case
Chair,
number-
as you are ready to introduce the next item,
Okay.
what I might recommend to the commission, if you all please, we could have staff go ahead and present all three of the rezoning staff reports. We could have the applicant come and speak to all three of those, and then you could open the comments for and against all three of them. Obviously, we do need to kind of look at those individually if there are any questions with respect to that, but we can do all of those at once because they're all rezonings and they would all follow the same procedure.
That would be fantastic.
That's the way we have designed.
Okay, thank you. Okay. So I will just, to be formal, our next cases are 22-100-03, rezoning of Little Blue Parkway, M78 Highway. Case number 22-125-02, rezoning of 2226 Artie Mize Road, and approximately 2411 South Little Blue Parkway. Case number 22-125-03, rezoning of East Truman Road, M78 Highway, and Little Blue Parkway. Okay. Staff, we are ready.
Yes, this is an application by Northpoint Development for various projects along the Little Blue Parkway, R.D. Mize, Truman Road, 78 Highway corridor in the Little Blue Valley. The vicinity map again shows the general location. It doesn't include all the areas. It includes a little more of the areas that needed in some places and not enough in others. Again, this is the aerial photograph that shows the Little Blue Parkway as it runs through the middle of the site. It's the kind of the whiter thoroughfare that goes through the middle, north to south, and then the other streets are around it and as noted on the plan. This is the surrounding zoning of the properties. You can see the green area means agriculture, RA zone properties. The yellow is generally some form of residential or multifamily. The purple is industrial type zoning, and the red or sort of reddish is actually mixed use in this case. These colors don't turn out very well on the screen, I'm afraid. And this is the comprehensive plan that you just voted to recommend revisions for. Okay, this is the overall plan for the project. Again, extends from Jackson Drive, R.D. Mize Road on the very south, which is at R.D. Mize and Little Blue Parkway. There is actually an oxbow or a rainbow, what used to be part of the Little Blue River before the channel was rerouted on the very south end there at that northeast corner. And then it follows the Little Blue Parkway along the east side of Little Blue Parkway. And then as it gets up closer to Truman Road, it's actually on both sides of the Little Blue Parkway. And then it crosses over Truman Road, and then there's the larger industrial piece that's on the northeast corner of Little Blue Parkway and 78 Highway. First, we'll touch on the industrial parts. They are encircled in these red ovals. These are the two pieces that will be zoned I-1 industrial. The total is 493 acres for both pieces combined. The south piece, which is obviously the littler one, which is south of Truman Road and I guess you could say southeast of 78 Highway, is about 99 acres. The north piece, which is the larger one, north of 78 Highway, is about 395 acres. This is not a site plan as such. This is just for rezoning and to industrial for both these properties. They have provided these sketch plans, you could call it, these conceptual ideas on what they would do on those locations. The other parts, the actual site plans that involve the BP zone properties, which is to the south and east of this. So we've got the properties mostly along 78 Highway on the south and north, and you also have Bly Road, which runs through the middle of the site, which is about right here, and comes down and feeds into 78 Highway, which goes down into the Little Blue Parkway. Down here for this lower one, this is also would be accessing Little Blue Parkway on existing curb cuts. This up here, there's not going to be any curb cuts for the Little Blue Parkway north of 78 Highway here. They'll all access, access 78, not Little Blue Parkway. Okay, we'll just go on to the next slide, which is actually, I call it the Southern Business Park PUD area. This is, again, that has the small oxbow or I don't know, it's a little lake sometimes, and other times it's more like a wetland. Anyway, the southern piece that's more triangular in shape, that was recently amended. Their first plan actually included the land all the way down to R.D. Mize, but they amended the plan, I believe, based upon some of the meetings, responses they had at some of the meetings with the neighborhood. So they took out the Horseshoe Lake and they also inserted a stream that flows through the middle of the site, which is this line right here. All the buildings in this project are accessed by internal systems of driveway with limited access to Necessary Road and the Little Blue Parkway. Parking encircles most of the buildings, the loading docks for the three larger buildings, which would be here and the other one there. Oops. Are on the back of the building. Several landscaped open space are placed around the property with landscape berms along the east property line. Relocated stream and its buffer corridor now bifurcate the site. This site actually has a number, is really more oriented to retail commercial uses. You can see there's a number of small buildings along the Little Blue Parkway. I think the idea was this larger building here would be a potential supermarket. These other buildings would be more retail oriented in design. There's a convenience store type of building here, drive-through restaurants and sit-down restaurants down here. So the comments that relate to this portion of the project are more retail, commercial oriented, not so much industrial, because again, they only have these two smaller buildings on the back of the site, with most of the rest of the site being more of a commercial slant. Okay, the north portion of the two sites is scheduled. Their drawing shows scheduled for 298,000 square foot buildings, which are these two here. And they're also for warehouse distributions, and then two smaller warehouses out closer to the street, to the Little Blue Parkway. And it also includes a drive-in restaurant, which is up here on this end, I believe. Again, this is also served by internal driveways that access Necessary Road and the Little Blue Parkway. And after I go through these, I'll end with the recommendations for each of the three. Okay, this is the northern BP area. Call it the 78 highway area. There's actually three little pieces to this. We have the west site, which is obviously further on the west on the left, and then the north site and the south site. In relationship, in comparison to these ones that are to the south, these are more warehouse service type uses and not so much retail, commercial, restaurant, office type uses. The west site, which is the one that's furthest to the left, is designed for 290,000 square foot warehouse distribution in the middle of the lot with three smaller commercial office buildings fronting onto the Little Blue Parkway here. The north site, which is this one over here, that's obviously on the north, it has no industrial warehouse component, but is a small commercial office focus. And they plan for up to 8 building sites are proposed here, with 2 of those being drive-through facilities. Perhaps a bank, drive-through, and a convenience store as well. One access will serve this property with access being on the Truman Road. There's also showing a convenience store. It will have its own driveway onto Truman Road as well. The south site, which is the smallest one of the 3, features only 4 commercial office buildings served by a single drive from Truman Road, connecting to a central parking lot. The only other features are a large floodplain mitigation area, which is this area south here, and a small parking lot for a trailhead parking, which is here, that will connect up to the Little Blue Trail, which is just to the east of this site. I'll go through the pictures here. Oh, excuse me, this is the building elevations for their warehouse buildings. They can elaborate on this one during their presentation, but you can see it's mostly 2-story, story and a half type of structures. Tilt-up concrete, I would think, pre-tinted potentially. Mostly brown earth tone colors with mixture of building height and windows, doorways, loading docks, that type of thing. Okay, I can tell you about these pictures now. If you've been out to this area, that a lot of these pictures are going to look alike, because most of the areas are just open ground of farmlands. Okay, here we're going north on the Little Blue Parkway. There is a walking trail sidewalk on this side, on the right side of the Little Blue, which would be the east side, Little Blue Parkway. Here we're on Necessary Road, which is on the east side of the southern portion of the site. That is the football facility on the right, the Pop Warner program. Here is the sign, obviously, for the Pop Warner facility. And here we're looking south on the Necessary Road. Again, this will be the area that will be more retail, commercial, restaurant, office type of than the other areas. Okay, here we're looking at, we're on the Parkway going north, I believe. This is a field, a farm field. There's a lot of those out there. This is another farm field. I think we're looking to the southwest, I think, here. Here we're on the Little Blue Parkway, I believe. We're looking west at the city power plant. You can see the smokestacks and all the other issues. And then I think that's the school, little college thing there off to the left. Here we're looking north up Little Blue Parkway. I think we're looking to the southwest more so on this one. Again, more farm fields. Here we're looking south at the intersection of the Parkway and Truman Road. You can see the stoplights off in the distance. West is to the right. That's a sign down there for the Newtown and Harmony. It says go this way on Truman Road. This is another field. I believe this is north of 78 Highway. Here we're also looking at another field that's somewhat north of 78 Highway. This is just north of, just north of 78 there. Here we're looking up Bly Road to the north. Again, you've got farm fields on both sides of the road here. It's on this lower part. And then I believe we're on Bly here looking down toward the southeast at 78 Highway. And there's another shot to the south along the Parkway, and that's another sign for Newtown. And another area of farmland. Okay, like I said, there's a lot of these pictures. I kind of lose track of where I took these as well. And another farm field. Okay, now I can go back through. Well, before I go to the recommendations or the final part, is there any questions on anything that you've seen to this part? Anything you'd like to see again, or any questions?
Commissioners?
Okay. Okay, we'll start off with the I-1 industrial zoning, which are those two pieces that we looked at early on. Whoops. Staff does recommend approval of these parcels to be rezoned to I-1 industrial. Okay, now going to the these pieces, which is the South Business Park PUD area. Staff does recommend approval of these as well with the following conditions. Retail businesses in this business park shall not have restrictions on the maximum building size. However, the development site shall meet the BP PUD floor to area ratio for the site. The permissible uses for this property include all BP PUD uses permitted by right, plus a grocery store and businesses with drive-through facilities. The development must follow section 14302 of the UDO for BP and PUD districts. 3 is the design guidelines attached to the staff report shall apply to all construction within Eastgate Commerce Center, which is the entire project. Then restaurant parking is established at 1 space per 3 seats. Individual buildings containing retail and offices uses shall provide parking for at least 1 space per 500 square feet. For warehouse manufacturing, the parking ratio shall be 1 per 1,000 square feet. Provide a draft copy of the covenants and restrictions with the first final development plan. In lieu of curb and gutter along Necessary Road, asphalt resurfacing of the existing roadway is required along with applicable striping. Number 7 is each new drive or access locations for this development plan will need to be evaluated and approved or denied based on its own merit and the traffic impact study updated accordingly. And then the current stream buffers and the new proposed stream buffers shall be more clearly indicated on the proposed plan. Any questions on that case or any of those conditions?
Any questions, commissioners?
So you say they're going to put in new roadway and redo the road and put curbs in, or we are?
Well, no, the applicant would be responsible for all that. The city would not be involved in any of that.
That's Necessary Road?
That's Necessary Road. As you can see here on this line, it's this road here.
Right.
You want me to go back to the pictures? Or
No,
anything?
I saw
Okay.
the pictures, but I just want to make
Okay.
sure, because, I mean, we're talking about quite a bit more traffic on there. I think right now there's probably a ballpark or something that's there, I think, on the backside of it.
Yeah, it has that football facility there.
Right, and so, but I don't remember, I don't know if they had curbs there. I was looking.
No, they don't.
Yeah, so they'd have to have curbs and drains. How about drains and stuff like that?
There is some areas along the east side of the west side of Necessary. There is some significant drainage ditches that will have to be improved.
Right, I mean, it looks like to me he's gonna have to do all kinds of drains, because, I mean, he's got all kinds of little lakes and everything for water to run into, I'm guessing.
That's right. They can address that part when we get to that.
Okay.
Okay, I'll go on to the 78 Highway one, which is this one. The west side, excuse me, sorry. Okay, retail buildings in this business park phase shall not have restrictions on the maximum building size. However, the development site shall meet BP PUD floor to area ratio for the entire site, not just per building. The permissible uses for this property include all PUD uses permitted by right, plus businesses with drive-through facilities, whether those be banks, drive-through restaurants. The development must follow section 14302 of the UDO for the BP PUD district. The design guidelines attached to the staff report shall apply to all construction within the Eastgate Commerce Center. Again, the restaurant parking is established at 1 space per 3 seats. Individual buildings containing retail and offices shall provide at least 1 space per 500 square feet. For warehouse and manufacturing, the parking ratio shall be 1 per 1,000 square feet. Provide a draft copy of the covenants and restrictions with the first development plan. Any future improvements to Truman Road will be in accordance with relevant development agreement between the city and the developer. And each drive or access location for this development plan will need to be evaluated and approved or denied based upon its own merits and the traffic impact study updated accordingly. And then the stream buffer and new proposed stream buffers shall be more clearly indicated on the plan. See, with these PUDs, you have the option to provide for additional uses that are not normally allowed in a PUD, such as a grocery store or drive-through restaurant, things like that. That's why they're noted as conditions in here, because that gives the PUD designation gives us the flexibility to provide additional uses and also changes to the parking ratios and so forth based upon their experience in building these type of buildings. And as you know from your information, traffic study was provided and reviewed by staff, along with a drainage study. I mean, Rick, did you have any review comments that you'd like to make on either one of those?
I would just add that part of the traffic study that you guys have a copy of, you do have just the verbiage portion of it, the traffic studies itself. There's actually two of them, traffic impact study, and then there's also a corridor study. That's a supplemental. Like I said, you don't have the full thing because it's over 500 pages, and it does have a lot of the turning movements associated with it. The stormwater plan that was provided is also the summary portion of that. That's a rather large document, so we didn't include that portion. It is still available for your, if you would like to see those. We do have those available.
Thank you.
Hey, Rick, on that, is Truman Road state or is that ours down there?
Truman Road is ours.
Truman Road's ours. So are they going to do anything, repaving or curbs or anything there?
So when looking at Truman Road, we have to make sure that we're aware that this is actually a phase project. So when you look at phase one of this, which is just several of the buildings on that BP portion, and then you get into phase two, phase three, and phase four. When you actually get into the, I believe it's probably the third or fourth phase, is when we start looking at the requirements for Truman Road to be improved. Part of that, because right now it'll have to have like 5 lanes eventually when we get to that portion. But understand, again, that's when we start looking at the full build out as you get to phase 4.
Any other questions from commissioners before we? Go ahead.
Just a point of clarification here for city staff. One of the conditions on several of these is that each new drive or access location for this development plan will need to be evaluated and approved or denied on its own merits and the traffic impact study updated accordingly. With any large development, I understand that traffic is going to be a concern, and this traffic study is preliminary because this is just a concept at this point. So just to clarify for the commission and the public that are here today, my understanding is that as the plans become more real, as projects become more real, as we know the uses and tenants, they will be required to update the traffic study so that we are assured as a community that traffic is not going to be adversely impacted. They're going to make necessary adjustments to allow that not to happen.
That is correct, Commissioner. As you mentioned, this is a preliminary site plan and a preliminary traffic study. As the development, if they get approval for this and move forward, that's when we'll actually start to see the actual uses for it. That will determine the actual type of traffic number, type of vehicles. Yet that's why the applicant is aware that this study is going to have to be updated. It will, that will also determine the access points off of Little Blue or any of the other side roads as well. Each one has to be looked at when they start getting closer to a completed project and a final site plan. That will all go through our engineering plan review process, and they will look at those updated traffic numbers based on those particular uses. So the applicant is aware of that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions before we bring the applicant in? Okay. Will the applicant come up and, I guess, again, state your name and address?
Yeah, good evening. Still Chris Chancellor with Northpoint Development. Offices at 4825 Northwest 41st Street, Riverside, Missouri, 64150. So I know there's quite a few people that want to speak about the project, so I will try to go through our presentation as quickly as possible, but just to kind of start over in terms of who Northpoint is. So we are a 10-year-old company founded here in the Kansas City area. So if you look on the left side of the slide that we have up, We have 78,000 people, I mentioned this earlier, 78,000 people go to work in one of our buildings. So we own 122 million square feet across the country from coast to coast. The reason why that's important is because, I won't name specific competition, but our business model is very different than, other folks that develop industrial real estate. So, our model is a hold model. So we build these buildings and we hold them long term. And so why that's important, we'll get to in the later part of this presentation, but we have an investment that we make. We're not looking for a quick out. So long term, these buildings are built durable. They're built to be the buildings of the future. So we talk about clear heights later. We build clear heights that are higher than most people are going to build today, because those buildings have to stand the test of time, not just for the tenant today, for this 7 or 10 year period, but for the tenant after that and the tenant after that. So we intend to hold these buildings long term for 20, 30, 40 years. Also, you can see here, one of the things we're most proud of is the charitable contribution. So we really are a community partner. When we invest in a community with our money, and here we're talking about, generally about $1 billion worth of investment that we're making, capital investment to this project over the next 10 to 12 years. I say that, and then I have to sit and think about $1 billion capital investment. So I guess it doesn't really matter where you're from, Kansas City or New York or California, $1 billion is a lot of money. And when we look at this site and we say, why is this important for us? We'll talk about why, we talked about a little bit about the jobs and the available pool of prospective employees for tenants, the access to I-70 and 435. All of those things make this an absolute win for both, I think, the City of Independence and for Northpoint. So some of those tenants you can see down at the bottom. Those are some of our current tenants in our buildings across that 122 million square feet. So those are not, I would say, tenants that we say are going to be in these buildings, but those are our current tenants. And logically, what happens across, from East Coast to West Coast, we develop a building, some tenant goes into it, we have a great relationship with them. They look for the next building in the next market, and they say, you're a great landlord. We have our motto is kind of go beyond the contract. We have a really, really solid relationship with not just the tenants, but the communities that we invest in as well. And so we want to be a good neighbor and we want to be a good partner. And that's important because those tenants will come back time and time again. We see that, So I referenced Chewy.com earlier in Belton. That largely, Chewy came here largely because we had space available and they were familiar with us, and we had developed their building many times across the country. So, that's the type of relationship that we have and we maintain with our tenants, which I think ultimately will play out well here when we talk about some of the building opportunities that we have on this site. We were named Best Place to Work 9 years in a row, so that's something that, we really is very meaningful to us. And so I think really, as being named the #1 developer over the past 5 years, we hold the most square footage short of Amazon, right? Amazon holds the most square footage in the country, industrial space right now. We're second to that. So we have a track record of success. And that's why we believe very strongly about this project location and its ability to be successful long term. So, why this location? We talk about that a little bit. This location is, you can see Eastgate Commerce Center labeled in orange on the right side of the map. I think I referenced this a little bit about the projects that we have in the metro area. You can see all the labels. We have a lot of current projects all over the metro area, but the gaping hole really was eastern Jackson County for us. And so when we started to look at eastern Jackson County, mainly because of, as I referenced earlier, that labor that we noticed at Northland Park, which you can see on the map is at 210 and 291 Highway. And we knew that about 75% of those applicants that come into take those tenant jobs in that park were coming from the city of Independence, as I described earlier, coming up 291 Highway to 210. And then as Liberty Commerce Center, which is really kind of our replacement park to Northland Park. So just to the north of Northland Park, you can see Liberty Commerce Center. But again, a number of tenants going into that space right now, into that park, and a fair number of those, the labor is coming from Independence. And so maybe we were a little slow to acknowledge that. And so as we look at eastern Jackson County, we say, well, wait a minute. We know that folks who work in buildings like this don't want to drive 45, 50 minutes, 55 minutes to get to work. Generally, tenants know that the ideal drive time for them is 20 to 25 minutes. So we look at a 25-minute drive time around locations and we say, hey, that has great access to an employment base. And that's really what drew our attention to Eastgate Commerce Center and to this specific location, as I described before. Access to 15,000 underemployed folks that could work here to fill 5,000 jobs. So when we look at tenants that say, you know, when a prospective tenant comes in, they need to hire 1,000 people or 500 people, they're looking for a 3 times multiplier generally. So they say, you know, well, I need to hire 500 people. I need at least 1,500 applicants because I know over time, you know, there's attrition and things like that. So when we look at this, we long-term want to hire for our tenants 5,000 projected jobs, but we have a labor pool of 15,000 just within the city of Independence. That's not counting the areas that we would look at in Blue Springs. They're also within, you know, that 20-minute drive time that we described, which is another 2,000 or 3,000. So, you know, it's a significant value for a tenant to come in and say that they have that access to that workforce. So, you know, we worked to identify a site, and once we identified it, generally, you know, in this location, you know, we set out to meet the community, right? And so, you know, our process, which I've outlined here, you know, is generally consists of meeting with as many folks as we possibly can. And we generally break that down into these 3 steps. So 1, we have this outreach process. We're going to meet with community stakeholders and local agencies. So when we say community stakeholders, you know, we describe a stakeholder as anyone who has an opinion about our project. Well, we know there's a lot of stakeholders in this process, right? And so, you know, we held community meetings pretty early on. So we've held 3 up to this point. I suspect that we may yet again hold another community type of meeting, you know, as kind of between Planning Commission and City Council. But, you know, we've held 3 to this point. And really great attendance, I think, from all, you know, all 3 of those. You know, as can be expected, we do this all over the country. You know, the first one's really well attended. People want to know what's going on. The second meeting has a lot of people, but fewer than the first one. And the third meeting, by the time you have the third one, you have a lot fewer people that show up to that third one. So, you know, generally, I think what that means for us is that people, you know, had a lot of questions and got a lot of answers out of those initial meetings. So, you know, step 2 really here is when we have those meetings is really just to listen, right? So we say we have 2 ears and 1 mouth for a reason, right? It's really to listen and understand what the concerns are about the project. And then coming away from that, how can we respond to it? So are, what we have here are plan revisions possible, and we'll go through some of those tonight that we heard from the community meetings that we were talking about. And can we find solutions to any of those current issues? And we have. And so first and foremost, I would tell you one of the things that we heard from, I believe, largely in the second community meeting was, I believe this Planning Commission meeting was originally supposed to be virtual on March the 8th. And we heard a lot of feedback at that community meeting to say, why is it virtual? I can't attend virtually. So can you have it in person? Well, we have no control over how the meeting is held, but we can strongly encourage that we postpone it and do it, in person. And so staff and our team worked together to continue the case from March the 8th to this evening, and so that we could hold a planning commission in person so that people would have an opportunity to come and speak. Things on the left side that we heard was generally just the proximity of the project to the Little Blue Trace Trail. So the Little Blue Trace Trail is very important asset to the valley and to the people that the users of that trail, and rightfully so. It's a great trail system. So we had some buildings that were pretty close to that trail. Now we felt like we could buffer them, and we'll go through how we buffer some buildings, and logically there's just some places where it just didn't make sense. We weren't going to be able to buffer it the way we wanted to buffer it, so we just simply lost the building. So we'll walk through that as well. Development around Horseshoe Lake. So I guess it's called Horseshoe Lake, adjacent to our demise. There's actually a couple of horseshoe lakes, and I think when we get into this about one of the environmental concerns and wildlife concerns was a bald eagle's nest that was in a tree at Horseshoe Lake. As it turns out, that's how we knew there's a second Horseshoe Lake. The Horseshoe Lake at our demise road did not have an eagle's nest. Our consultants go out and do these environmental reports and field studies, and they did find the eagle's nest, and we'll show you where that location's at a different Horseshoe Lake on Jackson County Parks property. We heard traffic congestion at Jackson Drive and Little Blue Parkway. And we heard protection of green space and creation of both active and passive recreation uses. So that's the feedback that we got. And then again, those environmental concerns. So we'll walk through, kind of the best way to demonstrate these responses, I think really is to begin kind of at the south end, at the BP plan, adjacent to Necessary Road and north of our demise. So, in summary, about 150 acres here that contains about 30 buildings in a mix of sizes and uses. And so, as Mr. Borders pointed out, that you can see that there's a number of different types of uses in here. So it's zoned BP, or we're asking for a rezoning to BP, but it really is a mixed-use plan. So, we do have a retail center that essentially is, kind of that wedge that's, just south of the traffic signal at Necessary and Little Blue Parkway. Ideally, that would contain a grocery store, some other type of, sit-down restaurant or drive-through use. That's the feedback that we got through our community meetings, that, folks would really love to see a grocery store here. So, we know that that's not diametrically opposed to what our tenants want. So our tenants, when they develop a park, when we develop a park and those tenants move in, they're looking for these types of services to support the people that work there. So we know that generally people will shop either close to home or shop close to work. So you're more inclined to go to the grocery store right as soon as you get out of work and then drive home, or just wait till you get all the way home and go to your local grocery store. Sometimes those grocery options aren't really readily available in some of the places where, some of the employee labor is going to and where they live. And so we know that from a tenant's perspective, having a grocery store, having a bank, having a drive-through, those are important to a tenant. And so that's important to the success of the project itself. We have 83 acres of open space within this plan. So, that's about 56%, which under BP is, exceeds that 40% requirement by code. So the proposed business park zoning following the amended ordinance, so that was recently amended. I think you had a couple of folks speak to that. So as that business park zoning has been amended, this plan generally is in conformance with that, but for the items that Mr. Borders represented, and that is largely for uses. So there were certain uses that were limited in size. Sit-down restaurants couldn't be greater than 5,000 square feet. So we've asked that, we have some flexibility to be able to, develop a pad for someone that needs 6,500 square feet, that use would not be eliminated from this business park plan. Same way for a grocery store. Grocery stores weren't allowed in a business park plan, so we've asked that those uses be allowed specifically in this plan. So generally what we're trying to accomplish here is pushing these kind of more warehouse uses that you see on the plan, the little bit larger buildings. So pushing those to the north and off of the Parkway as much as possible, but still having a buffering opportunity to the trail as it backs up to it. So from a sense of scale, the distance from the trail to, kind of what I would describe as the truck court to those buildings, that's a couple hundred feet. And so what that allows us to do is to build a berm to be able to screen that and landscape that berm. And so that berm height would generally be about 12 to 14 foot tall. We have enough room in there to be able to meander it, make it look really nice, as opposed to just kind of an upside down detention basin that sometimes gets built adjacent to the trail. So we've been working with Jackson County Parks and Rec, have another follow-up meeting with them later this week as well to kind of continue that dialogue about the specific screening adjacent to the trail. As you can see that the plan, I think Mr. Pratt referenced this, is really the opportunity to transition these uses from the single family that's essentially over on Jackson Drive to ultimately go from single family into maybe some other denser residential type of use. But that's a logical transformation or a translation from single family, a less dense use, into a commercial area or an industrial area. So using that green space behind it to buffer from other residential uses further to the east, and then using the Parkway and some other transitional uses on the west side of the Parkway as a good planning tool for siting these two particular buildings that you see there. I will say that those types of buildings, we'll get into this when we get into the industrial, the I-1 zoning. You'll see bigger types of buildings. So there's kind of two general types of buildings that we build. One is what we call a rear load building. So that's really what's in this BP plan here. So that building is narrower and a little bit longer. It has some truck dock capability on the back side of the building, so that's screened really well. The front sides of the buildings and the short ends are, car parked, basically. So a parking lot that make it really look like an office front type of building. So, kind of the best example I can give you, and we'll have some photos here, but I would recommend anyone drive to our park at Horizons in Riverside. There's some great examples of those types of buildings that have two-story glass on the corners, kind of mid-entry bump outs and things like that that really give it a feel that's a little bit more than just a regular industrial building. So that's really the goal, to meet the BP design requirements and design guidelines that you all have established through neighbor input. So that's what this plan does. So several plan changes, I think I hinted to this as we had the neighborhood meeting. So the original plan you can see on the left, and our current plan that's in front of you is an application tonight. So on the left, you can see that, the scale of the buildings was a little bit larger on the south portion of the plan, kind of between necessary and our demise. We also had proposed some development around Horseshoe Lake. And so what we heard in those community meetings was Horseshoe Lake was really sensitive. And we didn't have a specific user for those buildings. And all of those buildings, generally would be, it's a mix of uses, some sit-down restaurant, small office, things like that, that would be around Horseshoe Lake. The goal was to always keep the lake, but since, we want to be specific and intentional about how we develop around that, we thought best to, take the application forward by pulling it back away from Horseshoe Lake for now, and then come back in the future with a very specific plan for a specific user that might want that development around Horseshoe Lake. Again, some of the feedback that we got was, this warehouse use, which in BP is limited in square footage to less than 50% of the total square footage of the BP plan. So that's what we've abided by here. But you can see that there was a warehouse building that we had intended to use for some smaller types of tenants just to the west of the football fields on that south Artemis piece of property. And that building has now been removed and replaced with two smaller scale buildings that would be specific for individual tenants. So those would be build-to-suit opportunities for someone who wants 25 or 30,000 square feet, doesn't need 50,000 square feet, and doesn't want to co-locate with other tenants. So that was really kind of the change in the scale of these buildings. And you notice on the south side, on the Artemis piece that's just between Horseshoe Lake and Necessary Road, that just generally the scale of those buildings has decreased quite a bit, especially those buildings that were adjacent to Little Blue Parkway. So again, that's the feedback that we got through the community meetings. So moving further north up to the Truman Road area, 78 and Truman Road. So really here we have an area with two cases that are kind of combined into this one graphic. So as Mr. Boyers pointed out, that the area on the east side of Little Blue Parkway on both sides of Truman Road, and then the area on the north side of Truman Road, kind of in between 78 Highway and Truman on the west side of Little Blue Parkway, that's the BP Business Park plan. The other three buildings are in a proposed industrial I-1. And so we were really intentional about that because Truman Road being one of the access points into Newtown and to residential development that would potentially occur in kind of what we would call the East Valley. So, we were very intentional about what types of uses and things that we can put there as kind of an entrance into that East Valley area. So, limited industrial uses there. Again, it's a BP plan. So, the portion of the 50% of warehouse space that we can do, we moved over to the west side of the Parkway, adjacent to the power plant and Barber Concrete. A lot of those uses that you can see, on the north side of 78 and on the west side of this particular site, those are already zoned I-1 industrial uses. Barber Concrete, as an example, has significant outdoor storage. And, and so, our philosophy was to really use our buildings to screen a lot of that from the Parkway. And so, that's important to us. So you can kind of see how we've staggered the buildings to be able to kind of create this screen as you drive up and down the Parkway and not look back across that field and see the training facility or the concrete supplier. And, we all love power generation smokestacks, but, we tried to screen that as much as we possibly could. So, this is a 180-acre site, 1.4 million square feet of industrial space, as I described, generally on the west side of Little Blue Parkway. and then about 320,000 square feet or so of those other mixed uses, commercial uses, office, drive-through, other things that, that Mr. Borders explained. So, 102 acres of open space, 56%, again, exceeding the 40% required by code. Largely, we do that as, for a couple of different reasons. This particular site has some floodplain on it, but not a lot. But we do have some off-site drainage that we want to accommodate. And so, a lot of open space really dedicated to, to accommodate some of that drainage that might be coming through from Spring Branch and some other adjacent water bodies and creeks. So one thing that I would point out on this particular slide is, again, that, the sense of, from the community meeting was more open space. We'd really love to preserve as much open space as possible. And so what we did on the east side of Little Blue Parkway, you see the area kind of in between Little Blue Parkway, kind of starts, where it says former sewer treatment site. So if you go onto the east side of the parkway at that location, you can kind of see that dashed line represents the Little Blue Trace Trail. So that is property generally between Little Blue Parkway and Jackson County Parks and Rec that is available for development. So as part of this proposal and this plan, we would set that aside as dedicated open space. So that's a conversation that still is ongoing with Jackson County, to whether or not we would donate that to Jackson County as part of the trail system and that corridor, or if that, we hold that as open space. Those are all conversations that continue to mature as we work through that. But we are dedicating that as additional open space and buffer along the Little Blue Trace Trail. So generally I would describe, as we had these community meetings, this area really was one of the areas that had little feedback. We didn't really get a lot of feedback except for those buildings that were adjacent to the trail. So I think here's probably the best comparison of the original plan that we had on the left again and the proposed plan that we have on the right in front of you this evening. So you can see that the scale of the buildings at Little Blue Parkway and 78 Highway has really dramatically changed between the two plans. So the buildings that are on the east side of Little Blue Parkway have gotten much smaller in scale. So that was some of the feedback that we got. And then we also received feedback about just the proximity of that longer rear load building. You can see it on the left and then it disappears on the right. That's because we have given that building up and we will not develop a building in that location because of its proximity to the trail. So again, another area that we would look to work with Jackson County Parks to see if we can donate that property. Create a lake is some feature along there that we have intention to do. So a wetland area, some other critical habitat, for migrating birds and things that we heard were really important to folks. Yeah.
But okay, on these pictures here, you're showing green. Is that the other pictures I saw? They were blue. So is the green water or is it green grass?
Yeah, so the green is generally going to be, the darker green is, wetland areas and things like that, that I would describe it as more, it's not going to be a lake.
Okay, so it's not going to be a lake, not going to be water detention or anything?
So those are all details that we have to work through from an engineering perspective. Okay. We're going to make as many of those areas wet ponds as possible, but those are all the things that we'll work on as we move into kind of this, this next iteration of engineering that we do.
Okay, I was just curious. I remember seeing blue in the other pictures, now I'm seeing green, so I wanted to make sure.
So that brings us to the area largely along 78 Highway. And so, this area is 475 acres, about 3.7 million square feet of Class A industrial space. And so, when we talk about the types of buildings, we have some photos of those. they're durable assets that we talked about previously, clear heights that are 36 to 40 foot clear. So on the rear load building, so the building, adjacent to Little Blue Parkway as an example, is that rear load building that only has docks on one side of it. So we purposefully put that facing Little Blue Parkway. We set those buildings back off of the Parkway by, probably the closest to the Parkway that building is about 500 feet. So generally greater than 500 feet as, the Parkway curves out and the building stays as a straight line there. So significant setback off of the Parkway. That you'll then see, Commissioner, that we do have some ability to build some lakes in this portion of the plan, and that's what we're proposing here. So, we'll we will maintain as much of the, kind of the riparian corridor as possible. So what's important is that, these development areas that you see on this plan are really just agricultural farm fields today. So we don't intend to take any of the riparian areas out to develop any of these areas. And so if you look at the south side of 78 Highway, you again see, large green mass there on the south side of 78 between the highway and the Little Blue Trace Trail. That again is an area that we would set aside for green space preservation. Those are some areas in there that have some trees that we want to preserve and maintain. We heard that was important. And right there in the middle, just below the word lake, you can see that green is kind of carved out around that. That's an oxbow, so that's the other horseshoe lake. So that is the location where the bald eagle nest is. So that's actually on Jackson County property, and our property had gone around it. So again, in a desire to preserve that area and that nesting tree, then we dedicated open space around that area as well. So the closest these buildings are, you can see at the north side from a residential structure is 1,250 feet. So on the south side, kind of going down towards Newtown to get to a future residential lot or area adjacent to Jackson County Parks, it's about 1,300 feet. And the reason why, that's important is, we'll hear a lot maybe from folks about air quality. And, and generally, there's a lot of air quality documentation out that says if you can build a distribution center at least 500 feet away from a residential structure, that, the air quality generally is, pretty good by the time you get to use that 500 feet as that buffer distance. We look at California Air Quality Board, and they suggest 1,000 feet. So they know, they've done enough studies to know that by the time you go 1,000 feet, you buffer it, that you've dropped 80% of the pollutants out of the air by the time it gets past 1,000 feet. So, when we look at this, we say, let's keep the building at least 1,250 feet away from the nearest residential structure there and 1,300 feet away from any proposed development at Newtown. So the one thing that I would, again, call your attention to is on the south side of 78 Highway, you see where we proposed a trailhead, dog park, and lake. So, that's really, again, an area that's adjacent to Little Blue Trace Trail. People ask for both passive and active recreation spaces. So we had offered up to Jackson County Parks and Rec to be able to build them another trailhead. And we'll do probably a couple of trailheads, one at Truman Road and another here adjacent to what we would build out as a dog park. So again, in conversations with them, so nothing's solidified in terms of who would own and maintain that dog park, but that's a commitment that we're willing to make to build a lake around the dog park and a parking lot for people to come in and use, and then use that as a jumping off point to get onto the trail system as well. So, the reason why we talked earlier about this specific area This specific area largely was Zone C2, is Zone C2, mixed use. And someone referenced earlier, 4,000 apartment units and the 4 million square feet of retail uses in that area, and that's exactly right. And the reason why we propose to bring the comp plan back to industrial is because if you look at all of the area between Lake City and the Little Blue Trace Trail, it's already zoned I-1. So that area already has significant I-1 zoning, with Lake City being I-2, heavy manufacturing. Then if you look at the west side of this piece of property, again with the IPL site and Barber Concrete, large areas over here on the west side that are already zoned I-1 as well. So you had a piece of property, several hundred acres, that was sandwiched well between two I-1 zoning districts. So, and those are, Lake City is in use today, and the IPL site and Barber Concrete are in use today, and there's other businesses that are over there adjacent to Jackson and other streets that are well in use today that have those industrial uses. So, we thought that was the original intent, was to bring this back to I-1. That was the intent in 1993, was the intent in 2006, and then in 2007, as we discussed, that plan changed. So I just want to point out the adjacency of both of those zoning districts. So again, quickly, you can see that there's not a whole lot different between this plan, the original plan that we made the application with and we went to the community and had a discussion with, versus the plan on the right, but for the loss of about 700,000 square feet of buildings on the south side of 78 Highway. So again, that's an impact to the overall project performance, and we'll talk about why that's an impact here shortly. But we felt like that was something that we heard very strongly from the community, that these buildings were really close to the trail, and we felt like there wasn't a really great way to buffer, especially that easternmost building. So we elected to give that up and protect that space as a dedicated open space.
Yes, you are. We're here all night.
I will try to. Yeah, I apologize. It's a $1 billion investment for us, so I do apologize for taking a little bit longer to make the presentation, but I think it's important that you know the process that we've been through and how the plan has been affected.
Yeah, please don't apologize. It's important for us to hear.
So other feedback that we received was the need for preserved open space along the trail corridor, which you can see here. So, generally what's in this, more vivid aerial photograph is, the Jackson County Parks property that goes up through the valley. That's about, from between R.D. Mize and Bunchu, that's about 715 acres of protected open space that's controlled largely by Jackson County Parks and Rec. As an addition to that, what you can see bounded in orange is the additional areas that we're proposing to dedicate as open space and preserve that. So whether we do that through a conservation easement or we dedicate it to, again, to Jackson County Parks. But a lot of these are riparian areas that we want to see preserved. So we would dedicate those over. That makes up another 255 acres of green space that we would dedicate along the Little Blue Trace Trail and that corridor for protection of open space, which again is something that we heard pretty overwhelmingly from the folks that attended our community meetings. So in total, you're looking at close to 1,000 acres of protected open space adjacent to the trail in that R.D. Mize Road to Bunchu corridor. That's pretty consistent. It's kind of trailing off the page here, but you see on the bottom of the page, that's really the top part of Burr Oak Woods conservation area. So that area is about 1,000 acres. So there's significant conservation ground within the valley itself. And, you know, we're happy that we can add another 255 acres to that as well. So traffic, of course, was, you know, one of the other kind of big topics that we heard a lot about. And, you know, what I think was referenced was that you have a traffic study that was conducted in conformance with the City of Independence and MoDOT scope. And, and it was done in conformance with Institute of Transportation Engineers standards and recommendations. So ITE for short is kind of the gold standard for traffic engineers to say, you know, this is what this land use generates in terms of traffic, and they have a big volume of all of these general, you know, kind of land use traffic generation rates. And so, you know, we know a lot about the traffic that gets generated from our particular site, from our project. So we have 122 million square feet. So we've analyzed a big portion of that. So about 12 to 14 million square feet. We've gone back and we've taken traffic studies again, and we set up video cameras, and we know the types of trucks and how many cars. And so what we know and what we've learned from that is that, you know, our trip generation rate is pretty consistent with, you know, and below ITE's trip generation rate for what they call an ITE 154. So that's, you know, warehousing use. So we feel confident that, you know, that other significant portion of our portfolio that we've looked at matches up well with ITE. So, you know, we talk about coming back and looking at a traffic study in the future, and we're more than fine with that, but we feel really confident in those preliminary numbers as well. So one of the things that we did, because traffic has to work for us, again, we're a long-term holder of this property, so if traffic doesn't work for the city, it doesn't work for us. And it definitely doesn't work for tenants. And so the last thing we want to do is get off at I-70 at Little Blue Parkway and have some traffic issues at Jackson Drive. The tenant pretty quickly is going to say, yeah, I've seen enough, turn around, we won't even make it to the site. So, you know, that's why it's important for us, again, as a long-term holder, to know that we have to come up with a traffic solution to the issue that exists today. And you can see that on this exhibit, that, you know, in the inset, you can see that, you know, generally what our traffic consultant did is they looked at a corridor that's about 8 miles long. So they started at 24 Highway and they followed the Little Blue Parkway all the way down to I-70. So that's kind of the area in blue, obviously the Little Blue Parkway. It comes down to I-70, but they looked at all of those intersections that are circled in yellow and performed an analysis on them to determine what the level of service is for each and every one of those intersections. And then we projected our traffic onto that to know, do you have a problem today? If you don't have a problem today, as we phase our project in, at what point do we need to make certain improvements so that we, you know, mitigate for that traffic impact? So, you know, we had them take a look at it, and the thing they came up with, which is very consistent to what we heard in any of the stakeholder meetings that we had in the community meeting, is that, you know, traffic's really bad at Jackson and Little Blue Parkway and at I-70. And that was consistent with the traffic study that we got back. And, you know, while it's not detrimental from, you know, MoDOT's perspective, that, you know, it operates at a level of service C, and, you know, these things operate from think of it as a report card, essentially. Level of service A is the best, B, C, D, E, and F. So you would think, well, D is really not good, but D is actually an acceptable level of service to ITE and to any of the DOTs. And, you know, once you get to E, you really want to be looking at mitigation that you can do to improve the traffic. And then also, obviously, once you get to F, it's a failing intersection. So, you know, we looked at these and we found a lot of level of service Cs. So not horrible, but not great. So how can we improve that? And so one of the solutions is, You know, if you're getting off at I-70 and you're getting onto Little Blue Parkway and you're heading north on the Parkway, people say, well, it backs up all the time there. Sure enough, it does. And the reason why is because there's only a single left turn lane. If you're going to Buffalo Wild Wings, there's only a single left turn lane to be able to turn into that whole commercial area there. And so our traffic engineer said, well, there needs to be 2 left turn lanes. The cycle time, the light time is not long enough for cars to be able to get through. And then those cars drag out outside of the queue where they can be in that left turn lane. And now they're holding up everybody who wants to go north on the Parkway because they can't get through. So, so they suggested that a dual left turn lane be installed there. And then likewise, if you're heading south on Little Blue Parkway and you're getting close to that Jackson Drive intersection, and go figure in the AM is the worst, people turning left to go to Quick Trip. So that same thing happens there, that the queue is just not long enough. The cars back out, and so there needs to be a longer left turn queue there or a second left turn lane. And then on the ramps themselves, you know, this is no surprise. MoDOT has long had some issues on the ramps. They want to widen, you know, the westbound off ramp to have a dedicated left turn and a dedicated right. They want to widen the on-ramp to go westbound on I-70 to have kind of this through right movement. The bridge, they need dual lefts on the bridge. The bridge gets really backed up during heavy traffic times. And so they have a plan in place to how to approach that, but clearly they don't have any funding to implement that plan. And so what we have proposed is to take all of these improvements and begin working with MoDOT and the City of Independence and partnering what that solution could look like, right? And so, you know, we're going to, you know, really review what the cost of these improvements are and step up as a major contributor to fix that problem today, so that long term, when we need to utilize it 5 years from now or 6 years from now, that traffic's really moving really well. When we take tenants through, that it's not going to be an issue from their perspective, that traffic's going to function fine. So those are some significant improvements that generally need to be done at, I would describe, between Jackson and I-70, largely by adding a lane to Little Blue Parkway is how you accomplish most of it. And again, we're working with the city staff and MoDOT to try to come up with, you know, some cost sharing. So MoDOT does have maybe some funds that they can put to it, but they need a matching partner, right? So they need someone who's going to put in matching dollars, and that's where we would step in and say, you know, we'll work with MoDOT, put matching dollars in, leverage our money to be able to get MoDOT money to come in here and fix this issue. So here's real quickly some photos of some of the buildings that you know, that exist in, you know, Riverside.
I have a question. Hey, I know you looked at the Little Blue Parkway. Did you look at 78 Highway? That's MoDOT there, correct?
Yeah, that's MoDOT 78 Highway.
Did you look at that? Because that's probably going to be an access road for you guys to go down through.
We did, yeah. So the nice thing about Little Blue Parkway and 78 Highway is generally they're 4-lane road sections, so they have enough capacity in and of themselves to operate with additional traffic. You know, much more traffic than we're going to, you know, put on those roads based on this plan. And so it really comes down to the intersections themselves. Can the intersections function? Mm-hmm. My apologies. I thought you were talking about the area within our park. Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah, and so what we know is that about 40% of the car traffic, the employee traffic, will go that direction. That's what we're forecasting. So, you know, there will be some trucks that go that direction, but very few. Largely, the trucks will want to get back to I-70, and so they'll be working to come back down the Parkway and get to I-70, which is why that Jackson intersection, 39th Street intersection, and those intersections are really important to that endeavor. So mostly car traffic going west out of the site, and and generally, I would say, like, we analyze those intersections and no issue with any of the intersections at Truman Road or, at that particular location. And then we look at the corridor itself and say, is that suitable for another, 3,000 trips or 2,000 car trips, per day? And, we can get into the weeds in terms of, how. Yeah. Yeah. It has been analyzed, and it's in our traffic study. And so, and again, I would say that we believe most of the trucks are going to head back to I-70. So there's going to be some trucks that go north, but it's very small percentage compared to the number of trucks that will go south. And there's also a big distinction between, trucks for ITE. So, we sit and we'll hear this probably tonight about, trucks, big trucks all the time. And that's really not the case for distribution centers like this. So there is truck traffic that are combination diesel trucks that are longer trucks that we're used to seeing. That makes up about 40% of all the quote-unquote truck trips that we would see in and out of our park. The other 60% is going to be panel trucks, single unit trucks, UPS, FedEx, even, so anything over a certain gross vehicle weight constitutes a truck in terms of ITE. And so, even the Sprinter vans and things like that will, if we had a last mile facility that would be considered truck traffic. So I think, because I understand the traffic is a big issue, and it's something that I think if we go back here just a second, that when you look at this land use and you say, it's 10 million square feet of industrial buildings that are up in that area, I think what's important is to understand kind of how ITE looks at the trip generation rate, the number of trucks or the number of cars that go in and out of a building like that. And so, for this type of land use, as I described, it's about 1.4 total trips per 1,000 square feet. So if you look at the number of square footage that we have on this land site, that's 1,100 acres or so, that's about 14 trips per acre. So if we compare that as an example to office generates about 10 trips per 1,000 square feet, or about 150 trips per acre. So our 14 versus 150 for office. So it's very significant. Multifamily, as an example, if you just use a lower kind of 10 dwelling units per acre, would generate 40 to 50 trips per acre, again, versus our 14. And single family, we had a lot of folks say, well, maybe we should just make the whole thing single family. Well, we've talked about floods and, other reasons why it's maybe not a great single family site, but even if you did and you got a low density that was 2.75 or 3 dwelling units per acre, which, some of is like very low density residential, that's still going to generate about 30 trips per acre. So, probably 2 to 3 times as much traffic as we're proposing to put on here. So this is why we say the Parkway was built for this type of traffic. Look at our plan. The traffic study is very clear, even with the retail uses, that we'll generate about 37,000 trips per day. The Harmony plan, the one that we were making great strides to post 2007, that would have generated 75 to 125,000 trips per day. So 37,000 versus at the low end 75,000 trips per day. So the Parkway was built for this purpose. Now we're going to hear some feedback that it's never was built for that reason, but it's a 4-lane divided road. That has great capacity, has great speed limit, and it was built to support that 75 to 125,000 trips per day, at least, right? And what we're proposing is a fraction of that. So in the interest of time, and I know it's getting late, I'm going to bypass what the buildings look like. If anyone has specific questions about them, I'm glad to come back to them. You know, these are some interior building shots from some of our tenants. And, you know, what I do want to just call your attention to is, you know, just how these tenants use the space for office space, right? So we office in one of our warehouse buildings in Riverside. So if you look at the top right corner picture, you can see that walkway up above. That area is actually a mezzanine, so they really use the space, that 36-foot clear or the 40-foot clear that we talk about, to be able to build a 2-story office model inside. So that's how our office is set up. So we put 2-story glass on the corners of the buildings and in different places in support of that effort as well. So that's what makes our buildings a little bit different than most of our competition. But, you know, someone drew there was a comment earlier about, you know, all of these $17, $18 an hour jobs. Well, they're absolutely right. There's going to be, you know, we know there's probably 5 to 7% of this total square footage is going to be dedicated to office jobs and office uses. And that's the types of finishes that you see on this page. So 5 to 7% of that 10 million square feet is a pretty significant office park if we came here and said we would have office jobs for, you know, that you know, amount of square footage. I think would be well received. And so that is ultimately what you get out of a project like this as well. So this really was a slide intended in support of the comp plan amendment. You know, if you look at on the left side, you know, the 1968 comp plan really identified this area, the same area we're proposing to take back to industrial. It identified it as an industrial area. In 1993, the comp plan did the same thing, but this time it identified the Little Blue Expressway as the key for industrial development. I don't know why that's important, and getting on a bus and going and getting the money to be able to fund this. In 1999, the I-1 zoning still remained in the area that we're asking you to take back to industrial zoning tonight. In 2005, as that same area is zoned industrial, the Little Blue Parkway received its federal funding, you know, $31 to $32 million from the federal government to be able to build the parkway. It was then not until 2007 that the Harmony Plan took place, which then had the 3 to 4 million square feet of retail, 500,000 square feet of office, and 5,000 or so apartment units in that plan area. So again, you know, we talk about traffic and the benefits of taking our plan back to industrial. And so from 2007 to 2022 to today, it's essentially 15 years that we had an opportunity to develop this piece of property in a mixed use or a single family or a multifamily way, and it simply didn't happen. By my count, there's about 56 units that got constructed in Newtown over that period of time. And you know, when we look at this and we say, in the last 10 years, we built 122 million square feet across the country. We built 20 million square feet in Kansas City alone. So when somebody says, we don't believe that you can build this over the next 10 or 12 or 13 years, well, that's, you know, the proof is in the past, right? And what we've been able to accomplish today. So, you know, I think that's really the impact that, you know, we wanted to talk about in terms of, you know, the benefit of going to industrial. So to recap, you know, we really had two kind of main points of concern, right? We had the environmental impacts and the traffic impacts. And so we've worked to address those concerns through the neighborhood meetings and going through, you know, these things, the use of the natural streams buffers in compliance fully with the stormwater regulations. We work with Jackson County Parks and Rec on stormwater adjacent to their trails. So all of those dialogue, that conversation is ongoing. No trucks will utilize residential streets as we have the plan. So those trucks are focused on 78 Highway and onto Little Blue Parkway, which is really what the function of those two arterial roads are for. And further, I would say, we had some feedback from the community that said, well, why don't you limit trucks on RD Mize? If you don't care if trucks are on Jackson or trucks are on RD Mize, why don't you limit them? Well, we don't have the power to limit that, but I will tell you that as the applicant, we fully support signing Jackson Drive and anything west of Little Blue Parkway on RD Mize as no trucks. We have no issue with that. Our trucks should not be going down RD Mize. They shouldn't be going up Jackson Avenue. So, we fully support that effort. Significant green space, we talked about the addition of 250 acres into the trail corridor. And, generally, I would say, to kind of wrap this up, we're investing millions of dollars to solve the traffic issues that currently exist at Jackson and I-70. We're proposing to do that, millions of dollars that we will invest. You can't do that, nor would the previous applicant ever agreed to do that without a project of scale. So you can't say, well, why don't you just build 3 buildings? Well, you don't have the ability, the revenue off of 3 buildings to be able to step up as a partner and to be able to dedicate significant open space and to be able to invest in career development centers and things like that that are impactful for the school district, or to be able to front traffic improvements that need to be done today that are generally a benefit to the community at large. So tried to get through as fast as possible, but if you have any questions, I'd be glad to answer any.
Sorry, my mic was off. Sorry, I know. 5-minute break. Okay, everyone, we're going to start, and I do want to thank, this has been, you guys are amazing, honestly. I know that you're all very anxious to talk about this. This is a big project. It's a big project, so I appreciate your patience. I know this is hard, but I do appreciate it. You have all been amazing, so thank you very much. Okay, with that, what we would like to do is go ahead and get to the comments so that we can get into the meat of this. So what we will do, I'm going to remind you that we're going to time. You get 5 minutes to talk. Please don't repeat what the person before you said for just time's sake and respect. Just kind of acknowledge that, yeah, I agree with that statement. That will help a lot. So with that, we will start with anyone who is in favor of the project. And we do that just to be consistent, and so it's the same thing every time, and that's what I kind of have memorized, so.
Mr. Chairman, did we sign up, I was forced to sign up for this tonight to speak? Are we going to go by that list, or are we just going to go by the form?
I do have the list. So what kind of messed me up a little bit was who is going to speak to which part. And so now we're past that, so we're good. Okay, thank you though. So all those anyone in favor of speaking about the rezoning, I have Eric Knipp as next on the list.
Good evening. My name is Eric Knipp, 900 South Main Street here in Independence. Been in Independence 30 years. My wife's a lifelong resident. I'm also a small business owner in Independence at the Blue Ridge Bank building, so I'm very close to the project. And tonight I'm just speaking on behalf of the Independence Chamber of Commerce as representative of the Board of Directors. We are a 700-member strong organization of business leaders in this community. And at our last board meeting, we voted unanimously in support of a resolution in support of this project. We think this project will bring jobs, as was mentioned before. It will bring support to our school districts, and we believe that this is a win for Independence. Workforce development is a hot topic in not only the chamber world, but also in Jefferson City at the Capitol. I was down there last week. We had an opportunity to listen to the governor, and if you've had that opportunity any time in the past, his main concern is workforce development. And we believe this project brings that to Independence. Our school districts are working very hard to prepare the next generation of leaders in our community, and we have to have the jobs to support those. And I appreciate your time this evening. Thank you.
I'm Dan O'Neill. Once again, I live at 2700 Coachman. I'm a board member of the Economic Development Council, and we are totally in favor of this project development. It's probably, for me, living here as long as I have in this community, it's the most exciting thing that I've actually seen happen in that 65 years that I've lived here. So I would speak highly in favor of it. Please adjust the zoning so that we can do this. Thank you.
Sorry, next on the list I have Beth Franklin. This unmute mute, I'm going to get the hang of it, I swear.
I wrote out my comments so I won't forget anything.
Name and address.
My name is Beth Franklin. I live at 1945 South Lake Drive here in Independence. I am speaking in support of this project. I have no financial interest in this development. My property does not abut to Little Blue Parkway. I have no special interest or self-interest in this project, except I'm a resident of the City of Independence, and I want it to grow and thrive and be a great place to work and live for everyone who chooses to call it home. The Little Blue Parkway was developed specifically to attract development just like this. If the road needs to be repaired now, it will be repaired. If it needs more repair because there's more traffic and more truck traffic, it will be repaired. If traffic gets clogged up at I-70, they'll figure that out and they'll reconfigure the interchange. That's how progress works. It's change. This is a development we've been looking for 30 years. That the developer is a local company with a great track record of building and operating developments like this all over the country is icing on the cake. Because we are in an election cycle, I hear a lot about what Independence needs. I hear that we need more police, we need fewer homeless people, we need less blight and lower utility bills. I hear very few solutions. This development is a solution. This development will benefit everyone in the city by bringing good jobs to Independence. Over time, good jobs and bright futures reduce crime, it reduces blight, it brings additional resources to help homeless people, and more commercial customers for IPL will reduce our utility costs. Independence needs good jobs here. We need them for our residents now and our children and our grandchildren in the future. I'm a real estate broker, and home values will increase when people want to live and work in Independence. That goes for homes close to this development and homes across town. 50 years ago, Independence built its economy on retail, and it was good while it lasted. But retail started changing well before the pandemic, and I don't believe it's going to change back. We need to work with what's coming next. This project will be good for Independence. I hope you will give thoughtful consideration to how it affects all of Independence and not be swayed by those who are here because of their own self-interest or short-term thinking. Thank you.
Sorry, Orville Fisher. Thank you.
So my name is Orville Fisher. I live at 22722 East 28th Street Court in Stone Ridge, that part of Independence that has a Blue Springs post office. I have lived there for about 25 years. It's a little bit east and a little bit of south of what we're talking about. I'm out on the Little Blue Trail walking or riding my bike lots, including yesterday where I walked right past what we're talking about. Highly supportive of this because I think it will do the things that have been in the plans for a long time, and excited about the prospects. I would urge you to vote in favor.
Thank you. John Sheehy.
Madam Chairman, John Sheehy, 25101 East Road, Blue Springs, Missouri. Like Orville, it's a Blue Springs mailing address, but I live in Independence. I live there on Strode Road, very close to the project. My office and business is on 7 Highway. Very familiar going through the area, and I'm in complete support of this for the future growth of Independence. That's all.
Thank you. Okay, that is who I have signed up to speak in favor of the rezoning. Is there anyone else who has come in that would like to speak in favor? Sir? Oh, have you been sworn in? Then come on up here. Okay, raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth in front of this commission, say yes? I do. Thank you. Okay. Feel free to say your name and address for us, please.
My name is Steve Kellogg. I live at 1820 South Ann Court in Independence, 64057, which is in the Remington subdivision, just up the hill from the Metropolitan Community Colleges there at Jackson and 78 Highway.
Okay.
And so I overlook the valley, and I'm supportive of this project. I think it'll do great things for us.
Thank you. Are you sworn in?
Yes, I'm sworn in. I think I was on the list that says I was for it. I'm Damon Miles. I live here in Independence, 19305 East 5th Terrace Court North. I'm exactly 2 miles from the location of this site, so when I say it's in my backyard, it's in my backyard there at Jones Road in Salisbury. I'm for this project as long as we do it right. And that's the message I want to send tonight, so I don't know if I should have checked the wrong list or the right list, for list or against. I know this is zoning, so some of the things I'm going to bring up might not fall in the category of zoning, but I've noticed everybody else is talking about good jobs and good finance and what it's going to do and what it's going to bring to the community. So that's what I want to talk about tonight. If we're going to do this project, we need to do it right. I had a foreman that used to tell me all the time, he said, do it right the first time because we don't have time to do it twice. And in Independence, we don't have time to do it twice, and we won't have the ability to do it twice. We need development in Independence, and we need money in Independence. And everybody knows that, the city council knows that, you guys know that. But what we need is developers to do it right. What developers are doing across Kansas City, to let you know, is they're coming in, they're getting the opportunity, and then they're doing it as cheap as they can. And I know Northpoint sometimes does it right, and sometimes they do it cheap. I'll be the first one to say, I've heard a lot of people say good things about them, heard a lot of people say bad things about them. The fact is that they will do it right if they're forced to do it right, or they're told to do it right. So what we need is we need Northpoint to come to the table and talk to the Kansas City Greater Building Trades and come up with an agreement to do this right, using local people to build. There's a developer in North Kansas City that literally brings 15 passenger van full of individuals in to do the job. If somebody gets hurt, they drop them off at the emergency room. That's their workman comp program, and then they leave. It's hard to believe that developers would do that, but the fact is, on some of the biggest projects there is here in the United States, this has happened. Here's a picture of right here, Hard Rock Casino down in Louisiana, where the building collapsed. And how they tried to solve the problem, these developers tried to solve the problem, is they're going to deport the people that were working on the job. That way they wouldn't be able to testify against them in the court. So what I'm saying is, if we're going to do this job, we're going to do it right. We're going to do it with local contractors. We're going to have agreements that says, hey, we're going to use local contractors. We're going to use local workforce. We're going to pay the right amount of money. We're going to pay a living